T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S-band.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgie. A little bit of sale this morning by AWOL Nation. Probably not having any reference whatsoever to anything that's really kind of going on. Just had ADD in there, and I was like, hey, yeah, that sounds good. Let's play that because it's, part of the show name. But anyways, holy crap, have you guys seen the news? Oh my goodness. So much stuff going on. Good morning, Bondaro. I think we should test the 34, 36 level before we take off again to the 47 area. What do you think about that? Let me zoom out here. So here's the thing. If our market starts crashing, I don't know how far we'll go down before the margin calls start happening. Banks are going to want their money back. Bank of America, and I guess Citigroup is supposedly a part of all this. Credit Suisse is in on this. There's some stuff that's happening right now in the news. And if they're going to start wanting their money, they're going to start settling here in the next week or so. So I don't know what's going to happen. I honestly really don't know what's going to happen. I feel like making predictions at any point is really difficult to do anymore. But I'm still sticking to my 4-stroke engine. And I think the 4-stroke engine works. It's shown that the cycles work in the past. So unless there's something that's going to screw up the engine or throw a wrench in the engine, so to speak, I think we're going to probably continue to see this do what it normally does in the cycles. And in this particular cycle, morning JP, I would say that the most we've ever seen in the past in one of the squeeze cycles, it go down in a single day. I'm going back and I'm kind of looking through right now. Is 6%, I think. Nope, there's an 8% right there. Okay, I take that back. In January. Current short share interest is from what I refreshed it this morning, JP, so it should be current. So in January, in the squeeze phase, the price actually did fall like 16% before making it to the bang phase. No, I said January. I meant yeah, that was this actually the cycle before the January run up. So in October, November of last year, basically this time last year, the price did drop like 16%. One day, 13% another day. There was actually some really big drops before it went into the bang phase, and then finally into the squeeze phase where it ended up going up like 51% on 11.9. But then there was a cool off stage, and then it went back into another cycle. Some of our more recent cycles, the most we've ever seen the price drop in that phase, the squeeze phase, is like 8%. So let's see. Let's work it out here. I mean, if we just did 10%, it'd be $3.8. I don't see us going lower than 34. I just don't. That's basically 10%. So I don't see much lower than 10%. If there is going to be a drop before moving into the next phase, I can't imagine more than that much. We're certainly not going to have another 20% drop. I don't expect a 20% drop before moving to new highs. So I think we're done with synthetic price failures until we get into the blow phase, and then once the blow phase is over, then we'll move back towards 20, 40, maybe even 60% drops. It just depends on whether or not margin calls happen, how high those percentages get up to. So that's what I think. But we should take a look at all the data, because it is that time. So I'm going to take you guys over the stats page, blind the crap out of you. Holy crap, I'm so sorry. Let's refresh these. Boy, that's a terrible thing to do to you guys in the mornings. I apologize. Let's see what we got going here. Let's see if we can't get NASDAQ to... I'm expecting NASDAQ to start showing some higher institutional ownership here. We've had some reports that have come in. Yep, and they're still showing 127.5 million shares. So I'm not sure why they're not reporting higher levels right now. I'm going to have to log into Fidelity here real quick. My son and I actually talked about this last night, about the idea that the stock price has to come down a bit first before it'll go back up again. And, he was saying historically that's how it works out. I'm not sure if I'm sold on that, though. I mean, it already has come back down. All right, let's see if I can refresh. Make sure I get the right week going on here. October 8th. Okay, we got the right number. I'm going to go ahead and write down our lottery ticket winners here for a $90 strike price, which has dropped. It was 95 last week. It's now 90 this week. And the open interest at that amount is 13.7. Let's see where the rest of our open interest is at, though. Do I have... I feel like this is... Okay. I think that probably gives like a pretty good picture of most everything right there. So there's a real toss-up right here. I mean, it's like there's like 13,000. I'm gonna go with 50. So open interest, highest level of open interest on the calls. Actually, I guess I should read off the rest of the stuff. Let's start with the winner for last week in the very top, guys. So Dunken won last week. He got the prices right. Let me just make sure something real quick here. Yeah, we all missed. We all missed the very last day. So actually, the missed column got its second. I think it got its second point for the day, or for the week. So we missed We all entirely missed twice. So, but Duncan won out the week last week. So I'm going to go ahead and erase those tally points. Congratulations to Duncan for winning the week. I was off by 4 cents. I was going to steal it from him. Actually, Eric and I were going to tie him up for the week if the price had been about 4 cents higher. Is that right? I think it was. Yeah, we said 38.5 for a price, for our lower price number. 4 cents. That's rough. Okay, next we need to fix up True Demons data here. Short exempt volume. Let's see. We have the last day last week was 274.2. Utilization last week. Let's see, our utilization ended out at 85.23. So just ever so slightly lower. And our day over day price increase. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to take 2 days average. So 7% plus 1% is 8%. So we did not hit. I'm going to go ahead and delete this 1 of 3. We were up for the day, but I'm not going to include it. And this is going to go back to red. Okay, so True Demons data is all updated. Let's take care of the total amount of dark pool data here. Ooh, wrong button. Estimated current short share interest of the free floats currently sitting at 20.39. Institutional ownership of 127.5, and max pain for the week today is 39 bucks. Let me make sure I reset that one. I feel like I did, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, $39. Okay, so our highest amount of open interest is currently stemming around a $50 strike price for calls with 13. You know, it's not quite showing on the page for you guys. Let me move that down just a tad bit for you. Now you can see it. 13.9 thousand contracts currently open. On the put side of things, our highest level of volume for open interest is currently at 35 bucks. We ended last week at 33. And there is 5.8 thousand contracts open. So at least a 2-to-1 ratio right there. That's pretty big. And the spread's pretty big too. 35 to 50, a $15 spread. So add $7, I guess add $7.50 to 35. And I think that's where the market's kind of signaling towards. So if Bondaro's right, 42.5 is what the market's kind of signaling for. I don't think it's going to get much lower than what did I say? 44? Sorry, 34. And that is what you put in there, Bondaro. You did put 34 to 36. If we do drop, I can't imagine us going much lower than that. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on this page. All right, let's see if we got updated data here. We sure do. Okay, so our on loan amount kind of went down a little bit. We did see them return. I think the final number that I got, let me just check my photos, make sure I got a photo of that. I'm pretty sure I did. The final number was 716.7. I do have that written down. So they returned 716,000 shares. That looks like it's going to be pretty close to about what's showing up on shares on loan. So that number is dropping. These numbers are widening apart even further. That's kind of crazy. I just don't. They don't have any help. There's no help there whatsoever. There's no other way to cover for these failure delivers if they don't start loaning a whole bunch more. It's going to get interesting. Let's pull up the handy dandy little calculator and do some maths. So shares on loan divided by utilization, giving us 132. So there's less shares to borrow today than there was last Friday. Last Friday there was 134.1. Now we're down to 132.7. Okay, so we subtract our current amount of shares on loan, giving us 19.6. Okay, so we had on last Friday they had 19.571. Now they have 19.6. So they only really gained like 30,000 shares available to borrow, even though they dropped the total amount of available to borrow by like 2 million. So shares just kind of disappeared on them a little bit. Again, they did borrow what we witnessed on them borrowing on Stonk Tracker. They borrowed about 3.45 million, which was just like 50,000 shares short of what they borrowed on Thursday. So let's look and see, I guess, what they're doing now. So, all right, so these numbers are pinching away from each other, not pinching together, which is really unusual. There's going to be another big drop here, though, guys, because right now our high number for our on-loan average age per day is at 69.87. That is now the largest number we've had this year. And that's going to lead to stacking of failure to delivers. Oh, we got the failure to delivers reported. These are going to start really stacking up here on this next report. Really going to start stacking up. Mid-month. Give us 7 more days and a week from now. On Fidelity, AMC is being traded 5th highest with a 53% buy and a 47% sell. Excuse me. GME is not on the top 10 list. Let's see where we're at for GME here. 30th. Last position on the page with 72% buys to 28% sales. Stonk Tracker. Show us some numbers. Oh yeah, this is juicy. Juicy, juicy. Let's break out the calculator on this one. They had we're just going to call it 3.45 million shares in the ETFs to borrow, and we're down to 1.11. Giving us 2.34 million shares borrowed there, plus an additional 0.45 out of just the regular available. So I'm just going to round it off and say 2.8. We're at 2.8 million shares borrowed this morning so far. It's a good start. 3.45 is how much they borrowed last Friday, and Thursday 3.5. So we're getting real close to already borrowing what they've borrowed on average for the last 2 days. Less than $1 million off. For this week, we currently have 34.5 thousand calls in the money, 73,000 out of the money puts. 63.1% was traded in the dark pools last Friday. Robinhood is down 0.81% in the pre-market. Amazon is down another 0.5% today. It's looking pretty nasty. Cinemark is up 0.3. Doge is down 1.27. GME is down 9. 0.97, and we are down 0.73. Our inflow versus outflow last week, even though we finished up 1% for the day, was pretty much like straight across. It actually shows 0.2 difference, more outflow than inflow. So 200,000 more outflow than inflow with an increase in price. Volume for this morning is currently at 50.99 thousand shares, 51,000 shares. It's probably gonna, volume is probably gonna end up looking like, if I had to guess, let me go to my little cheat sheet here. I'm gonna say 40 to 60 million, which means day over day volume decrease. Just throwing this out there, I think only one time have we ever had a Friday where that was green, where the Monday was red this year. So hopefully today's not an exception to the rule, because we did have an up Friday. For those of you that didn't catch it, I did post a third part to my Suck Squeeze Bang Blow. What you guys are gonna notice on there that you on Reddit that you won't see on Reddit that you'll see here is that I made a correction. I'll go ahead and show it to you guys here. So I kind of tried to forecast out a little bit as to where I thought we might be going in regards to the Suck, the Squeeze, the Bang, and the Blow. What days we might see the spikes happening into the new areas. This is just a projection, guys. It's by no means supposed to be set in stone. I think I'm going to probably modify this again too one more time. I think the actual yellow days, I think there's going to be like 6 of them. So I think this is wrong. But the Reddit posts that I had posted on there actually had weekends included in the dates in here, which I realized after the fact when I posted it. I was like, oh, that's kind of messed up. So I took the weekend dates out, which kind of modified it a little bit. But I think we need to have, I think there's going to be about 6 yellow days, 6 squeeze days. So we're looking at like basically Thursday, I think. Let me see, let me do that. 2, 4. So these 2 would be yellow. I'm going to go ahead and modify this. Because I'm kind of trying to make it look more like January, because I think we're kind of on January's pace as far as this cycle goes. 3, yeah. I think there's going to be like 3 days of bang. And then 5 days of blow. And I got to look at my calendar, make sure I plan around the weekends. So 12th is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18, and 19. Okay, so I think that's what we're kind of looking at here. We'll know when we're into the bang phase when volume and price spikes dramatically. And I'm kind of expecting that to be on the 8th, which would end up being on this Friday. So no, that's not set in stone or anything like that. Just kind of like a general timeline of how long I think this cycle's gonna last for. The cycle would be completed by the 19th, which is interesting because Yellen had testified before Congress that the 18th, I believe, was the last day that if they didn't do something, was going to be when they pretty much ran out of funds to be able to continue to make the market work the way that it's working right now, to keep it from crashing. So speaking of news, let's take a look at some of our news. Because actually, I'll look at intervals first before I do that. 1 hour interval. There's not a whole lot really here as far as intervals in the pre-market's kind of crazy to look at, but it does show more buying pressure coming in with a just above average 52.08 RSI. On a 30-minute interval, it looked like it tried to cross over and then started to kind of move away with RSI rated average 50.29. So we could see something like this back here possibly, where it comes real close to crossing over and then goes back apart again. We'll see what happens here. On a 5-minute interval, it just crossed over within the last 5 minutes. RSI is a little high at 61.34. We did trade pretty much almost sideways. We dropped a little bit right after market close on Friday, and then pretty much sideways the rest of the time. And then leading into pre-market opening, we had a big drop right off the bat, and then have steadily worked our way almost back to even. So let's go ahead and take a look at that news, guys. There is some interesting news. Credits. Let's start off with. I guess we'll just start off with Evergrande. So this is 3 hours ago. Global markets swoon as Evergrande hints at rescue deal. Asian markets extend their dip into the red on Monday's session as investors digested news that trading of Chinese property firm Evergrande shares had been suspended. So yeah, there's a big, massive dip off of that. The developer, which is in debt to the tune of more than 300 billion, later said it was expecting a takeover offer and there would be an announcement containing inside information about a major transaction. Markets were closed in mainland China for a holiday. However, the Hang Seng headed 2.3% lower overnight, and Japan's Nikkei closed 1% lower. Let's take a look at that real quick. Hang Seng down 0.36. I don't see the Nikkei on here. That's kind of interesting that it's not on here. Oh, there we go. It just refreshed. Yeah, okay, so the Hang Seng down 2.19%. European markets were mixed, despite news of potentially game-changing new COVID-19 drug. Let's see. So there's a new experimental medicine that cuts the risk of hospitalization or death by about half. Yeah, so it looks like Evergrande's going to try and sell off some of their property to try and earn some some cash. I think last week we actually saw that there was a New York company that was looking to buy it. One of the big topics though last night before I went to bed was that Evergrande had been suspended for trading pending this. I didn't know about the pending major transaction portion though. All right, let's take a look at Bank of America. So I don't think this is being reported on yet, and I'm not sure if this is just a bunch of news, like fake news kind of stuff, or what this is exactly. But there's a lot of suggestions that Bank of America has shorted AMC and that they're defaulting and going to be closing up doors here pretty soon. So let me check something real quick here. I want to see. Okay, so I'm going to put this up for all to see. This is going to be a little blinding, guys. This is Bank of America right here. They have 1 million puts against AMC. They do own 1.16 or 1.1, basically almost 1.17 million shares as well. So they may have to sell off their long position in order to gain back some of that. Well, I guess they could use. I don't know. Can they use the long? I guess they can use some of their shares to pay off their puts to cover themselves. I don't know if they can do that or not. I don't know if that's something they can do. Anyways, that's the information right there, so you guys can see it. They definitely do have a shorting position against AMC. I don't know if they can use these shares that they own to cover their put positions or not. I mean, I don't see why they couldn't sell them off and use the money to close out their position. Or if they can use their own shares to close it out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I mean, that seems to make sense to me. Like I would think I would feel like that's something they should be able to do. Oh, I apologize, guys. I had it covered up there. My bad. There you go. Now you can see it. Right here. So, anyways, there's talks about Bank of America basically kind of shutting up their doors and closing house. A lot of people are panicking because they can't get into their accounts right now. Then you have Credit Suisse. Let's check that one out. Apparently, they got raided this weekend. So here's the news article. It says, this is the one I'm pulling up right here. It says, police search Credit Suisse offices over Greensill. That's new to me. I'm not sure what that's about. The Swiss police in Zurich searched Credit Suisse's office and confiscated documents related to the collapse of supply chain lender Greensill Capital. They also started new proceedings against the now defunct entity. The bank itself confirmed to the NZZ-AM there was an effort to secure information as part of proceedings that are not directed against Credit Suisse. It refused to provide further details given that the proceedings are ongoing. Sources said that the police search involved numerous current and former Credit Suisse employees. Zurich's district attorney said that it had initiated proceedings against one of Greensill's Capital's exponents, as well as against various unnamed suspects. At this juncture, there are no criminal investigations being undertaken of Credit Suisse employees. The State Secretariat for Economic Affairs triggered the new proceedings, according to the NZZ. This reporting that I'm reading. A SECO spokesperson confirmed that it had raised a criminal complaint related to the violation of federal competition law. Something about allegedly fake receipts. As the investigation involves as yet unnamed suspects, authorities may additionally probe Credit Suisse's role in connection with the collapse. The bank had extolled the fund as being low risk. In the meantime, suspicions have been raised that the fund managers may have booked allegedly fake receipts. A lawyer representing the fund's investors says the police investigation is a police development. It will possibly give them the ability to review the confiscated documents should criminal charges be subsequently raised. So maybe it's not exactly against Credit Suisse. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about the Pandora Papers. How could I forget about the Pandora Papers? So if you haven't heard about the Pandora Papers, I'm trying to pull it up here on Reuters. Pandora Papers document dump allegedly links world leaders to secret wealth. This is posted like just a couple hours ago, but a massive leak of financial documents was published by several major news organizations on Sunday that allegedly tie world leaders to secret stores of wealth, including King Abdullah of Jordan, Sheikh Prime Minister Andrzej Babas, and associates of Russian President Vladimir Putin. The dump of more than 11.9 million records, amounting to about 2.94 terabytes of data, came 5 years after the leak known as the Panama Papers exposed how money was hidden by the wealthy in ways that law enforcement agencies could not detect. The International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, a Washington, D.C. based network of reporters and media organizations, said the files are linked to about 35 current and former national leaders and more than 330 politicians and public officials in 91 countries and territories. It did not say how the files were obtained, and Reuters could not independently verify the allegations or documents detailed by the consortium. Jordan's King Abdullah, a close ally of the United States, was alleged to have used offshore accounts to spend more than $100 million on luxury homes in the United Kingdom and the United States. It is no secret that His Majesty owns a number of apartments and residences in the United States and the United Kingdom. This is not unusual nor improper, the royal palace said in a statement. The cost of these properties and all related expenditures have been personally funded by His Majesty. None of the expenses have been funded by the state budget or treasury. DLA Piper, a London law office representing Abdullah, told the consortium of media outlets that he had not at any point misused public monies or made any use whatsoever of proceeds of aid or assistance intended for public use. Some interesting things going around. Interesting news. Meanwhile, AMC. Let's see. AMC sounded like they had a box office record. Uh, no, zero, zero news on Google when you search it up. Good morning, Jamie's Healing Hands. Zero news, guys. You go to AMC, you type in AMC into Google, you go to the news tab. Zero news about how this weekend went. Wow. All right, well, let's just take a look for ourselves then. Box office numbers. Maybe there's no news articles yet because actually, I was really surprised by Venom actually had less money come in this weekend. Excuse me, hold on a second. Still waking up. Ugh. Venom opens number 2. Sorry, the title of this says Venom 2 opens at number 1 with record COVID era box office weekend. I thought the Bond movie beat it out though. When it came to box office, Venom Let There Be Carnage certainly lived up to its name. Sony's comic book movie sequel, which was produced in association with Marvel Studios, was easily the biggest film of the weekend, debuting at number 1 with an impressive 90 million 3-day total. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Venom's 2 haul is the biggest theatrical opening since the COVID-19 pandemic began in March 2020. That record previously belonged to Marvel's Black Widow, which opened with over 80 million. Venom 2 also best the 80 million BoA posted by the first Venom movie, which introduced us to Tom Hardy's take on the Spider-Man universe anti-hero back in 2018. Along with Hardy, Oscar nominee Michelle Williams reprises her role in the sequel, while Woody Harrelson and Naomi Harris led the additions to the cast. Marvel's Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, which had led the box office for 4 straight weeks, finally fell from the top spot to number 3, adding another 6 million to its total, which now stands at over 200 million. The animated family feature, The Addams Family 2, slipped into the number 2 spot with an 18 million opening. On the other side of the family-friendly spectrum, The Many Saints of Newark, a prequel to HBO's iconic series The Sopranos, featuring the late James Gandolfini's sons Michael as a young Trey Soprano, bowed at number 4 with 5 million. Musical Dear Evan Hansen rounds up the top 5, adding 2.5 million in its second week. So it was. Where's the? I'm pretty sure there was like a James Bond. I don't know. I was reading. I don't really see any articles on it, but I know it was supposedly doing really well. I thought it was outperforming even Venom 2, but I'm not seeing anything about it. Although I can just tell you guys right now that I think Adam Aaron was pretty much he posted a tweet something about suck it. Do I know anything about Citadel's move in the middle of the night? Ooh, I don't. I know what you're talking about. That was a while ago, where they had the drone footage. A lot of people were saying that they had another building that they were moving to. There wasn't any. I don't think there was any follow up on that, and it kind of fizzled out. So I'm wondering if maybe that's really what it was just a move to a different building. Although I know there was a bunch of stuff that was going on with that. Like um, they were saying that the building that they were supposedly moving into wasn't even done yet, and so that couldn't have been a possibility. But I don't know. There was a bunch of back and forth on that. I don't think anybody's followed up on it since. Good morning, hams. How can I make money with Evergrande full? I honestly don't know. That's a great question. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know the first thing about how you could make money on that. But that is a good question though. I mean, there's just a lot of topics. Oh yeah, if you guys, man, there's so much stuff to touch on, guys. If you guys have not been watching, so I've been saying this for a while now that I've been seeing like a lot of supply and demand stuff happening here in the U.S. And I really felt like we were kind of seeing like the beginnings of or hiccups in our markets that um, are silly things you just probably wouldn't really notice or pay much attention to, but like for some reason they're kind of hitting my red flags. And then all of a sudden this weekend I see this post on Twitter. Um, Let me see if I can find it real quick here. I know I sent it to my son last night, so we were talking about it. Here it is. All right, I'm going to pull it up on the screen here so you guys can see. And I actually had a conversation. I don't want to divulge who it's with, but I had a conversation with one of the viewers this weekend, and we were talking about supply chains. And they work for a retail industry who is um, struggling to maintain certain products. In our discussion, there was no rhyme or reason as to what the products were, but there were certain products, like 10% basically, of their products were not being delivered. So product failure to delivers into stores, and we were talking about that, and then I saw this post. Hold on a second, let me pull it up. Okay, so I went ahead and retweeted it because I thought it was pretty important. You guys may not see it as important, but to me, this is the first signs of instability in a market. So all these green dots in here are all ships that are just sitting, a lot of them off of offshore, sitting waiting to dock in the U.S. to deliver goods. And you can go through the list here, but there's somebody posted 100 container ships are sitting off the port of Los Angeles, lined 50 miles south all the way to Dana Point Harbor. Is anyone talking about this? And nobody's talking about this stuff, guys. Nobody is talking about the fact that there is ships sitting off the coast of the United States just waiting to deliver products. And it's my some people are saying that it has to do with the fact that they just can't get them unloaded in time. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I'm not believing that's what's happening. It's happening around the US. Sometimes you see a port that gets backlogged, but this is around the entire country. We have ships just waiting everywhere, waiting to port so that they can drop off their goods. The problem is that I don't know. I think this might be a couple fold. So, you have to throw on your tinfoil hats a little bit for this, but I think there's an economic war starting to happen. You're seeing Evergrande defaulting, China's market's going down the tubes, but not nearly as bad as our market's going to go down the tubes. And so I think what's happening here is you have trade embargoes that are being negotiated on, and people are trying to make backdoor deals on the goods that are being delivered off of these ships after they've already been delivered, right? So they're coming across and now they're sitting just waiting to undock, but they're waiting for the rights to be able to undock because the goods have been paid for completely. I don't believe that I think a lot of times this stuff gets shipped, but it's not actually completely paid for yet. And so if it's not paid for and they don't have a place for it to go, it's got to sit. It's got to wait because the stuff can't just be unloaded. It would just sit if it was unloaded. So it stays on the ships until it's completely paid for. If our market crashes, you're going to see more of this. This is going to get really thick and heavy in here. These ships aren't. They gotta drop their stuff off somewhere. And so the supply and demand chain is failing. It's failing massively, and I think that's something to kind of watch out for. Um, I don't want to I don't want to scare you guys into the whole you need to go out and buy stuff kind of thing because I'm so against that. I think that's absolutely ridiculous when people go out and they hoard stuff. But I do think that I think that you do need to expect that there's probably going to be some shortages of all kinds of different things, random things. You have no idea what it's going to be. It could be, something stupid that you don't really think you need, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's not available for a while. Um, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of this. I know some of the local places that I think my wife went to KFC one day. This is kind of one of the places that one of the things I was talking about is that we went to, she went to Wendy's, right? She goes to Wendy's to go buy some food. And when she pulls through the drive through, they tell her the only thing that they're serving is chicken nuggets and sodas or pops or whatever you want to Coke, whatever you want to call it. They're doing drinks and chicken tendies, and that's it. And I'm sitting there going like, Wendy's of all places, Wendy's, and they don't have burgers. You got to be kidding me. Come on. No chili. What's the deal? Like something's going on here. Like supply and demand is failing. It's failing in the United States. And I think we're seeing like the beginning phases of a complete market meltdown. Supply and demand is just absolutely failing everywhere. And so when I put this on the screen here, I I don't mean to scare you, but it should be kind of scary. It should be kind of scary to you because this many ships sitting off the coast of the United States waiting to deliver stuff is pretty scary. It's pretty nasty. That's some ugly stuff right there. Anyways, off my soapbox. Um, yeah. So Eli, we're a lot of us have been in this since January on AMC, and yes, you're right. A big. Um, I remember there was a post on Reddit that said, "What comes first, the market fail or the squeeze?" And I'm telling you right now that the market has to fail first before the squeeze can happen because the money has to come from someplace to pay us off. So all the long positions that are held by hedge funds have to be sold off first, and so we're going to see a dip before the rip because obviously AMC is going to fail as well as the market starts to go down. It's just going to happen, but it's not going to be like I mean, if you're complaining about how long you've been in this, and nobody promised you it was going to be fast. There's a lot of reasons why it didn't happen earlier, but that's neither here nor there. We're just moving on. Um, buy puts. I don't know if I'd buy puts in anything, honestly. Like just because that means you have to have a margin account, and if you have a margin account, then that means that your stocks are at risk. So if your AMC stock is in a margin account, you don't want that. You really don't want to have that happen. Make sure you're outside of a margin account with your AMC stocks, please, please, please. This is not financial advice. I'm trying to help protect you. Please don't have your AMC stock in a margin account. If you do, they can be used against us. They can be used to be traded. Um, Cash accounts where you need to have your shares at. That's rule number 3. Make sure you got a good broker and that they have after hour market trading. I guess I should add to that and that it's a cash account. I never really thought I'd have to add to my rules, but yeah, make sure you're not in a margin account. I made the mistake and didn't sell. I'm still up, but could have been up 200,000, so I feel pretty crappy. A dip before the rip makes sense. I'm not sad about the timeline. I'm sad about my lessons. There, you know what? You're gonna be happy. You're gonna be happy eventually. The longer you stick in this, I can guarantee you that you're gonna see some numbers that are gonna just blow your mind off. the top. Your head's just gonna pop off, and you're gonna be like, "This is insane," and it's just gonna be nutty. So yeah, keep holding. You haven't learned any lessons yet. Your final lesson hasn't been learned. Okay, guys, the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume came in here, jumped us up to 84,000 shares total volume for the day today. So that's actually really low pre-market volume. Super, super low. In fact, low to the point to where I'd be guessing between 30 and 50 million shares traded for the day today. However, I don't think it's going to end up being that low. So I have to kind of make a modification to my guess. I went with 40 to 60 on Friday, and I was really close. We ended up trading 65.7 million shares. I think I'm going to go with the same numbers again, 40 to 60 million shares traded for the day today. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Same numbers. Eli, I'm telling you, man, you were waiting. Well, so here's the deal. Welcome to the channel. First and foremost, welcome to the channel. What I have to offer is if you've been around or you watch the show long enough, you're going to realize that some of the people are here because I've got an exit strategy, and I think it's a really damn good exit strategy that's based off of the GME model. So I got really pissed off a long time ago when I kept hearing everybody say sell on the backside of a squeeze, and I was like, well, how in the world do you know what the backside of a squeeze looks like? And so I did some modeling on GME, and I went through and I painstakingly modeled out their entire squeeze, and figured out some key interesting points that hedge funds use to manipulate the price. And so there's a whole long story into this, but terms that you're going to hear me talk about on the show is synthetic price failures. It's something I've coined. It's you're not going to hear that anywhere else. Synthetic price failures happen when you have like a 20% drop in price. They synthetically drop the price enough to where they try to get people to sell shares, and if it works, you'll see it turn into a 40% drop in price. Now, this typically only happens, you don't see 40% drops in price until the squeeze actually happens, like the big portion of the squeeze. But I'm probably one of the few people that are here or have a channel who will tell you that we're actually in the squeeze right now. You don't even know it, but we're in the squeeze. We've been in it, in my opinion, we've been in it since the 13th of May. But we're in the squeeze right now, and you just don't realize it. And when the dust settles, when this is all said and done, you're going to look back and you're like, holy crap, I was holding my shares through the squeeze and I didn't realize it. And you are. You're holding your shares right now through the squeeze. We've had multiple times, 23, 24 times, where we've had 20% drops or more. In fact, we just had one. 913 to 930, we dropped 36.1% from 52.79 down to 33.74, and now we're on an uptrend again, where our high is currently 41.50. Now, of course, I know we're not. I know we're not at 41.50 currently. We're still kind of downtrending since then, but you know, there are going to be these drops, these dips, and we're in the squeeze. It's just not recognizable right now. I'll get to you just a second here and Beyond the South. So here's the deal. We're in the squeeze, but I'm telling you right now, there's two things on this channel that I'm looking for as an exit strategy. I do not have a floor, and it's very important not to have a floor. The reason it's important not to have a floor is because the more of us who hold, the longer we hold, the higher the price can go. There is no ceiling on how high this price can go the longer the most of us hold for. So if you don't have a floor, and you're trading off of what everybody else is doing, then you're able to hold longer. So what I found was that in the GME squeeze, and it actually you can apply it to Volkswagen, you can apply it to Tesla, you can apply it to probably any squeeze, but I've only done those three. If you apply the modeling that I've done to it, you can identify two major things in a squeeze that will be a good signal for you to sell on the backside without. You're never going to make the top. You're never going to make the top. But I can almost guarantee you, I can get you way more money than you would if you were selling on the front side than the back side. And the two indicators that you're looking for is day over day volume decrease with price dips decreasing day over day as well, and those happening on the same day. If those happen on the same day, you're buying the next rip up. As soon as, or you're selling, I'm sorry, you're selling the next time it rips up. When it rips up after that, that's going to be the point you're going to get out, and you'll be within about 20% of the total top. And that will be you trading based off of what everybody else is doing. Meaning you're holding longer than most, but you're not the bag holder. So there's a big difference between being the bag holder and not being the first guy to sell. But trying to make the top, you can't do it unless you predict the future. And I don't think anybody can do that. I don't think anybody can predict the future. And we have no idea how psychology is going to impact people. I mean, look at the psychology you've got going on right now. I learned my lesson. I'm learning my lesson. I'm getting out next time it hits a new high price. Can you imagine how you're going to feel if you're kicking yourself in the butt if you sell for $70 or something like that, and this thing makes 10,000 a share? It's gonna hurt, man. It's gonna hurt. What's the capital gains tax in Texas? That's a great tax question for a tax guy. But I can tell you, I actually kind of do know this. So there is no capital gains tax in Texas. Believe it or not, no capital gains tax in Texas. Texas does not have a capital gains tax. That is you have a federal tax for capital gains, but not in the state of Texas. There is no state tax for capital gains. What is today's dip, do I think? Man, that's so tough. That's a tough question right there. I don't know the future, man. I really don't know the future. My dog is going nuts. I don't know. I don't know what the dip's gonna be like, man. I really don't. I can't tell you those kind of answers because that's being like, I'd have to throw on some kind of like magic 8 ball kind of. I have to get my Ouija board out kind of stuff. I don't know. I really don't know what it's gonna be. But I can't tell you this. There's 3 golden rules that I have that I tell everybody who, anybody that I'm talking to AMC about. And one is the golden rule number 1 is never buy more than you can afford to lose. If you do that, if you stick to that rule number 1, you're never going to have a problem holding because it's never going to be so much money that you don't care what's going to happen to it. If you do, and if so it's a great rule to follow in investing. Period. Rule number 2 is buy and hold. That's it. It's simple. It's really simple. That this play is no more simple than buying and holding. It's no more harder. Sorry, it's no more hard. That's as simple as you can possibly get. It's foolproof. It's dummy proof. It's everything proof, and it's just amazing how simple this is. And the third rule is make sure that you have a broker, a really good broker. There's a list of brokers out there. I can provide one if you want, if you're not already in this play. Make sure you're in with a good broker. Make sure that the broker has aftermarket hour trading and pre-market trading abilities, because after doing the modeling for GME, I can tell you right now that some of our biggest moves happen in the aftermarket hours. So that's really important stuff. Like if you're going to be selling at one of the key points in time, you really need that aftermarket ability to sell. One little kink to that I actually kind of ran into this weekend. I was talking to somebody about this. If you don't have more than, I think if you don't have more than 100 shares, at least with Fidelity, if you don't have more than 100 shares, you may not be able to make a trade in the pre-market or aftermarket hours. I think you have to do it in increments of 100 shares apiece. So there is a little bit of a catch to that one. Frias, no thoughts. I think everything besides AMC is a distraction. I really do. They're distraction guys. It's just they're trying to. I legitimately believe that they are throwing eye candy out there for you to try and dissuade you to have volume in AMC. The more volume that can be pulled away from AMC is less pain on the hedge funds. And the most power we can possibly have comes from volume. Our gas for our gasoline tank is volume. The less volume that there is going into AMC, the less the engine works. So putting the volume into AMC is where I feel like is most important. So when people ask me my thoughts on different any other stock, it doesn't matter what it is. It's all just distractions. Will the debt ceiling be raised or will America default? I think we're going to default. I mean, I don't know for sure, but so they pushed it off, right? I mean, my understanding is they kind of pushed it off to December. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it a year ago or was it 2 years ago that they did the same exact thing and then everybody didn't want to come back? They didn't want to come back from their vacations. They had already called recess. It was during the election time. Has that been a year or is that 2 years ago? I can't remember. Time flies. But yeah, they were talking about shutting down everything, and I have a feeling we're going to be doing a repeat of that almost exact same thing. They're going to call recess and not have raised the debt ceiling, and then end up having to come back to try and do some kind of last minute deal or something like that. My thoughts on when AMC is going to squeeze? That's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question. It's gonna. I'll tell you when it's gonna squeeze. It's gonna squeeze when the margin calls come in. Pre-market volume so far: 117,000 shares traded for the day. That's kind of low. 7 a.m. it was like 80,000 shares. I like to see, quite personally, 1 million shares by 7 a.m. is the ideal amount of shares that you want to have traded with AMC. You know we're cooking with bacon if that happens. It's going to be like probably close to maybe like 150 to 200 million share day if we had 1 million shares in the pre-market. So, you can kind of adjust the numbers based off of that and kind of figure out where we're going. My volume prediction for the day today is currently at 40 to 60 million trade for the day today. So I'm expecting a little bit lower volume than normal. Let me go ahead and I've got to shut down some items on my router just because I know that if I don't, I'm gonna get bogged down here. Sorry guys, I forgot to do that this morning. Frias. How high is it gonna go? It's a great question. It is a great question, but it is a question that's a loaded question. How high do you think it's going to go? Because every single one of us, I guarantee you, has different thoughts about that. And if you think about the fact that every single one of us has a different psychological idea on where the price is going to get up to, then that means that if you try to set your floor based on what everybody else is thinking, then you're going to fail. But if you set your floor to be something that is based off of what's actually happening versus something that you're thinking, then you're going to be more likely to succeed. So you really don't want to have a floor. I think it's fun to theorize like how high it could possibly go, but I by no means, my theory on how high I think this can go has nothing to do with what I'm going to be trading out at, because I can guarantee you it's going to be based off of two indicators, and that's it. Two indicators and two indicators alone, and it's going to tell me everything that I need to know. Guys, it's that time. I hate to do it to you because I see a lot of new faces in here, and I do appreciate you all being here. I'm here the entire day, but I do take a couple breaks throughout the day. and those breaks do consist of one very large one from 7:20 in the morning until 8:15. So I'm back 15 minutes before market opens. I kind of cover a little bit of the technical analysis going into market open, and then I'm here with you guys until 10:20. And then that's when my next break is. So, but I'm here throughout the day for you guys, and so if you've got more questions, that's what I'm here for. I will try to answer as many questions as I possibly can. And I know, especially with a lot of new people here. Monty, welcome back. How do I yes. How do you track those indicators? Well, it's real easy to do the volume one, right? Every single John Sullivan. Nice. I like that. No, my wife comes home and I spend time with my wife. But so here's the deal. There is a very specific way to track one of those two indicators, Monty. The very first indicator that I was talking about, daily volume, should be really easy to track. I mean, if you're just watching it. So every single morning, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the morning volume because I can kind of make really good predictions on what the daily volume is going to be just based off of pre-market volume. It's kind of been a little sketchy lately, but for the most part, it's like Thursday. And I was way off. I was way off on Thursday. There's no way I could have seen that spike coming. But that's an oddity. That's an irregularity. It's not it's not natural. When those kind of things happen, you can't predict them. And much like price, you can't. When people ask me what's going to be the lowest it's going to get today, I can't tell you that. I really don't know. I don't know what's going to happen throughout the day today. But the other indicator as far as the dips go, I'm going to be putting out a new video. I'll probably do it this next weekend. I'm going to be putting out a strictly dedicated video to how to identify synthetic price failures. And it's really important information. It's known information. It was so funny after I did the modeling on GME. Mark Mitchell, who's a viewer on this show, came in and said, "Hey, have you seen this article?" And he posted a link, and it was an article to 2014. And in that article, this guy outlines. This guy used to work for. He was a broker, and he basically outlines exactly what hedge funds do. And it's textbook, written in 2014, mind you, textbook, word for word of everything it is that we're experiencing right now. Everything. And he sits there and he outlines the fact that they do these synthetic price failures. He had a different name for it, but I call them synthetic price failures because I had no name for it and I made up one. And I call it SPF because when a hedge fund's experiencing sunlight or green rays of light hitting them, they start applying on the SPF, right? And synthetic price failures is when they drop it down by 20%. Thereabouts. It's kind of roughly around 20%. And then what ends up happening is they let the market run from there and they see what's going to happen. I mean, they kind of do little ladder attacks along the way, but for the most part, they let it turn around at 20% and let the price rise back up. Well, on this last dip that we had, guys, I know there was paper hands. I can tell you right now, I know for a fact there was paper hands because it was more than 20%. Anything over 20% is people selling shares. So it ended up being 36.1%, but it never hit that 40 mark. 35% is the other turnaround number. It does turn around either 35 or 40. It's right around both of those two numbers. And it turned around, sure enough, 36.1%, and it turned around, and now here we are at 38.46. That 33 or 36.1% down was 33.74 when we hit that bottom, and then almost immediately it jumped right up to 41.50 there soon thereafter. So, anyways, I think it is, man. I feel like it's going to be, yeah. I gotta go, guys. Wife's gonna be walking in here. Gotta say hi. I'll see you guys back here in 8:15. Take care. Good morning, you filthy apes. I'm back. So somebody was asking about the songs, the music right here. I'm playing. This is A Place Beyond Belief by it's SLPSTRM, which I'm assuming is Slipstream. Uh, it's off of artlist.io. If you guys want to check that out, you can. It's not. I just pick random things that are on there, and whatever sounds good, I just play it. And if you guys like it, I keep playing it for a little while, and then I move on to something else. But good morning, guys. There was a bunch of questions up here at the very top. I got hammered. Like there's like 30 people in here at one point. It was got kind of crazy. Eli was asking about what the two indicators were. Uh, Unfortunately, it's real easy, guys. It's simple. The two indicators we're looking for to sell on the backside is volume day over day decreasing and dip size decreasing day over day. So what we're going to see is as we're kind of moving into as we start moving into higher and higher prices, the dips between are going to start becoming more and more larger. But when the dips start becoming smaller, that's when you know that you're kind of on the backside. So typically speaking, the dips are biggest on the backside before it peaks out. So we're looking for those two indicators to kind of hit at the same time. That's what I'm looking for. Punksies, welcome back. Shile, welcome back. Good to see you again. As Rule, also good morning. JP and Nikki, good morning. Definitely a fierce battle in the pre-market. A lot of Adam Aaron came on this weekend. He was posting some stuff in there, telling people to choke on this. Let's see. There's a ton of it. If you guys haven't been tuned into the news, there's a lot of information about Evergrande, Bank of America, and Credit Suisse over the weekend. That's not even the half of it. There's the Pandora letters that came out as well. Let's see here. I'm going through and looking through some of the stuff on Reddit here. Trying to refresh my memory. Adam Aaron came on and tweeted something this morning, I think. Let me pull it up here. I want to follow that person. Let me see if I can pull up Adam Aaron real quick. Let's see. So Adam Aaron basically said, new press release from AMC theaters: Venom and Bond let us set records for our highest grossing weekend since the pandemic hit in 2020. Some 3.9 million visited our theaters globally. You know my thoughts on sagas, predicting demise of cinemas. Choke on that, baby. So Adam Aaron getting a little spunky. Getting a little spunky there, Mr. Birthday Boy. That is good. It is good to see that he's having a fun time. Both the James Bond movie and Venom 2 released, I believe, this weekend, and they both did really well, apparently. So that's really good. That's awesome. I'm noticing that we're doing fairly decent. We had a nice little run up here. If you notice the market you can see even Amazon's kind of turning back around the other direction. So, I think that there's some I think the market was looking kind of red this morning, but there's some new breaking news that there's going to be some people who are buying into some of, they're going to be buying some of Evergrande's debt, some of their houses to help pay off some of their debt. So that's going to help out. So the markets might be kind of bullish on that. Looks like Amazon's got some news over here. Yeah, it's not anything worth reading. But yeah, a lot of fun stuff happening right now, guys. Just a lot of fun stuff. Things that kind of have me bullish about our futures here. I feel bad. I feel bad because I left right when, a bunch of people kind of came on here and they started asking a bunch of questions. I think I'm going to have to. A lot of people kind of want to know where I stand on things, and I get that. Like, when you first start watching somebody, you kind of want to know how they stand on something before you kind of invest time in that person. And I think what I need to do is, it seems like what I probably should do is have like a Reddit post, or some kind of post someplace where I can just kind of say like, these are my views and opinions. Like Monty came in last week and questioned me. I don't know if Monty saw it or not, but in the description from last Friday, I put something in there about getting questioned by Monty and telling my viewpoints. Maybe I can just link people to that. Yeah, like a bio. I mean, it's I get, I don't know that I necessarily like. I guess when I first started watching, like, I'm trying to think back to when I first started watching YouTubers about AMC, and of course Trey was the very first one that I keyed in on. I think it might have been Trey. It could have been Matt, but I didn't. I wasn't really drawn to Matt. I was drawn more to Trey, and so but I don't ever really remember thinking like, I should ask him questions about how he feels about subject matter. So yeah, in the description box might not be a bad idea. Um, like commonly asked questions, and then I can just point people to the description box. It's not a bad idea. I might do that. The problem is that trying to summarize how I feel about some of the topics is really tough to do. Trying to explain to somebody really quickly or briefly, my thoughts on a floor or a ceiling, like that's tough. It's it's difficult to explain to somebody that I don't. I mean, it's fun. I like to have like imaginary numbers in my head and what I think I'd like this to get to, but that's not going to have any impact as to what I'm actually going to trade as. So, um, I mean, that actually is a pretty short answer. Uh, Maybe I'll do that. I'm gonna work on that, Jamie's. I keep saying Jamie's. Jamie. I'm gonna work on that, Jamie. That's my goal. I think I'm gonna come up with that bio, and then that way people don't have. I can just point people straight to the bio and say, hey, go check out the bio. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Matt was just dry for me. Probably I like if I had to imagine. I'm maybe like an in between Matt and Trey. Maybe not as dry as Matt. Maybe more dry. I don't know. But not quite as exciting as Trey. God damn, that guy, he's on speed, Trey, man. I tell you, I thought for sure he was on some kind of speed or something, and the first time I showed him to my wife, she was like, "Is he on speed?" I just laughed. I said, "No, no, he just talks like that, and he doesn't." And the most amazing part to me was that he didn't edit anything out. Like it was just you couldn't find edit cuts. It was just straight up Trey being Trey, and I was like, "Damn, that guy's crazy." All right, guys, it's about that time. We're gonna play the morning intro, and what I'm gonna do here is we'll do the technical analysis in the next half hour. So enjoy the morning intro. The song doesn't really have anything to do with today. It just had ADD in it, and I like it, and that's why it's there. So don't read too far into the song today. So I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, guys, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Yeah, filthy apes. Change it up on you a little. Changing it up. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Maybe you saw the movies, James Bond. Maybe you saw Venom 2. I was having a discussion with my son this weekend, and I think I've come to the realization that I may have not even seen the first Venom. I can't remember for the life of me whether I did or not, and I feel like I'm going to have to go back and watch that real quick before heading out. We did not go see the movie this weekend. I would have loved to have, but so much stuff going on in the family that there's no way that we were going to get the chance or the opportunity to go out and see it. Might even have to wait until not this coming weekend, but the weekend after, unfortunately. But I am going to get out to go see it. So we took a nice little drop off here right at the beginning. You know, this is them trying to set the mood for the day today. This is what they normally typically do. Not unusual. I did want to come back here, and I wanted to kind of check something out here. Let's get rid of the noise. That 5150 that we hit. No, was it 5279? Let me see. What do I got written down here? Oh, 5279. Okay, that's right. 5279 was the high. We dropped down to 3374. I have that. That was a 36.1% drop in price. So then we started tracking new highs, and 4150 was the new high. That is a 23% gain. So now we're tracking what appears to be new lows, but it has to make 20% down from 4150 to track new lows. Or we stop, we don't track new lows, and we just track new highs if it reverses back the other direction. So let me see here. Let's just figure out what that would be for a 20% drop in price from 4150. Should be like $8 off, right? $8.20 or something. So we'll call it 33. Let's see if that's right. Real close. Yeah, 33.2 cents. So if we watch this would be a synthetic price failure if they drop this down to as far as 33.20. Now, Bondaro came on this morning asking me if I thought this would get as low as 34 to 30, I think 34 to 36 before returning to new highs. Yep, that's what he said. 34 to 36 level before we take off again to the 47 area. If we got down to 34 bucks, it would be very, very close to a synthetic price failure, and I would suggest that that's probably the lowest that we would expect to go. Since we're not crossing over that magic number of $40, I think that that's it's a possibility. That would be probably the lowest that I would think this could get to is 34 bucks. My price prediction for the day today, however, is going to be, let's see. Today's the 4th. I think we're going to have a sideways day today. I really do. And I think we're probably going to end out the day right around 39 bucks. So I'm going to hedge off of 39 plus or minus $1.50, which is 37.5 to 40.50. That's kind of my guesstimate for the ending price for the day today. I have a price prediction from Eric. He's at 38 to 41. And I believe Dunken came in and gave me a price prediction as well. $39 to 42. I don't have one from John. So let me reach out to John real quick. So I think, I think ultimately today's going to kind of end up being kind of like a sidewards trading type day today. I know it doesn't look that way based off of how we're down already at like a 1.5% or so. But that's what I'm kind of looking at. Now, what I want to point out to you guys is that if you're looking at AMC, Amazon currently, they're already negative 1.3% for the day today. And we're only down negative 1.5, just almost 1.6. We're actually not doing too terrible considering how much AMC or Amazon is losing. Robinhood is down a percentage and a half. If you guys remember correctly last week, I was mentioning that if you go back in time and you kind of look at things, Dogecoin had a big rip up just before AMC did. I remember really, really well because we had a lot of people at my work who were just kind of like, oh, look at Doge, this, Doge that, and here I was in AMC, and I was like, no, man, it's AMC or nothing, you guys. I'm telling you, it's gonna rip up, and then it's gonna crash on you. And nobody believed, and then when it started peaking out and started, AMC started going up, and it started crashing. I tried to tell everybody, I was like, guys, get out now, get out while you can, because there's not, there's an end in sight, and a lot of them just really had faith in it, though, and they just stuck around, even all the way when it got down to the 30s again from this high. I think it was 70 cents it got up to, 60 or 70 cents. But I think, in my opinion, what's happening is it's an attempt to try and drive volume away from AMC. So if you show like some really huge spiking other places, it'll drive the volume away from AMC and hopefully get people to buy in other sectors. But hopefully, my hopes is that people are seeing this lower price on AMC and seeing it as a fire sale to try and get in. You can definitely tell by these doji candlesticks that there's a fight going on here. But they are shorting it down and attacking it some more, so we'll see how far down this goes. We got about 15 more minutes before I do the first technical analysis. Talking about some of the things that happened on kind of like over the weekend and last night. We have Evergrande, Bank of America, and Credit Suisse issues going on. Evergrande had trading suspended, and then there was some kind of noting that they were going to have property that was going to be sold off to try and help with some of the debt. Then Bank of America, apparently a lot of people are having issues getting into their accounts. There's branches that are shut down all over the place. They do have a shorted position against AMC, so a lot of people are going like, oh, they're in trouble because of AMC kind of thing. There's a lot of speculation as to whether or not Bank of America is going to go belly up. In fact, somebody even came on earlier this morning and asked me, do I think the Bank of America is going to go bankrupt? I don't know. I mean, if they have a heavily enough shorted position on AMC and they can't cover for it, then there's a good chance that they're going to get liquidated. And then, of course, Credit Suisse. They got police came in and hauled off like a bunch of their information, apparently in relationship to some trading or one of their funds that they had. I guess a $10 billion fund called Greensill Capital. And but yeah, the Swiss police raided the offices of Credit Suisse and seized documents relating to the collapse of their 10 billion fund. It says here it collapsed after This is unusual. Wales posted this as a tweet. It says it collapsed after its insurer refused to renew cover for the Greensill loans. Our buy side looks pretty strong. Our buy level 2 order book looks really strong right now. Let me check something real quick here and see. I'm gonna look on Stonko Tracker. SSR triggers today at $34.61. So like I said, I can't imagine this getting much lower than 34 bucks. Trying to trigger SSR might be actually a good thing for them because that's actually during that enables a period of time to where they can create synthetic naked shorts. So that could definitely help them get down to a position to where they can, to where they can start creating more naked shorts and, helping out there, kicking the can down the road inevitably. So last week we ended the week at 65.7 million shares traded. It was almost 65.8. I was off. My prediction for the day back then was 40 to 60 million, which happens to be the same prediction that I have for today. If we do come in slightly short of what we had in volume last Friday, it's not a big deal. I would expect one of two things to happen. Either our volume's going to break what it had last week, last Friday, or our price is going to break what we had for a price last Friday. One of the two. Doesn't have to be both, but I do think that today one of those two things will happen, and I'm not sure which. Based on our current volume, let me just check it out real quick here. Yeah, I'd say based on our volume, it probably won't be the volume. So our price will probably finish just ever so slightly higher than our closing price last Friday. And our closing price last Friday was 38.46. So we might see like 39, maybe. Man, look how big of a hit Amazon's taking. 1.7% right off the market. It's not even stair stepping its way down. It's just dropping like a rock. And that's pretty nasty. Yikes. Look at that, just downwards momentum. It's already outside the Bollinger. So I have my Bollinger set up for a 3 sigma, meaning that like 99.7% of all the data should be within these bands, and you can see a breakout here. You can see a breakout here. There's a slight breakout there. Definitely a breakout. I mean, it's not 99.9. It's not 99.7% of the data, that's for sure. And then this is just a massive breakout side. Massive. And look at how big the volume's having to adjust for the amount of selling pressure that's happening. That's ugly. All right, guys, we got about 8 more minutes before technical analysis for the hour here. I'm really curious to see if they've borrowed, how many shares they borrowed in the last. Let's see. I guess I did technical analysis 2 hours ago. It actually doesn't look like they borrowed any. So far today, we've seen on Stonk Tracker that they've borrowed about 2.8 million shares. Last Thursday, they borrowed 3.5. Friday, they borrowed just about 3.5. It's 3.45. And then today, right off the bat, they borrowed 2.8 million. Pretty early on today. It looks like they have borrowed an additional 50,000 shares, but I'll record that here in a little bit. So Adam's going to fill in for John. He's putting in a price prediction of 35 to 38. Okay, so I'm in at 37.5 to 40.5. Eric's in at 38 to 41. John's in at 35 to 38, and Duncan's in for 39 to 42. Duncan has the highest prediction, and Adam, who's filling in for John, has the lowest prediction. Eric and I are real close. Adam actually has probably the best track record out of any of us, even though he doesn't regularly guess the price. I think he may have the best track record of any of us for getting the price correct. However, Eric is a very strong runner-up to that. And they don't even overlap in price. Adam's coming in 35 to 38 and Eric's 38 to 41, so it's kind of interesting to see. To me that seems like today is going to be very difficult to predict where we're going. I can tell you right now that in open interest on volume for the calls and the puts, it's stemming around, let me see, $42.50. So there's actually quite a big difference. There's, most of the volume for the calls is at $50 strike price, and most of the volume for puts is at 35. So there's a 15-point spread between strike prices, or a $15 spread. So that it puts us right in the middle at 42.5. But I have a feeling that we'll see a little bit better representation of total calls and puts that have been traded, or contracts that have been created by 9 o'clock in the morning here in about 4 minutes. I think we got about 4 minutes left. So volume, let's check it out. Normally around 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time is when they typically really start attacking the volume down. They got their good push in here in the morning. They dropped the price down. Then when we had a bunch of doji candles in here, which means signifies a fight for price. And then they attacked it back down some more, dropped it just a hair down, and then some more fighting. So there's definitely price fighting going on right now. We'll see how much is going into dark pools and all that kind of good stuff, and what's going on right now might make a little bit more sense. I'm actually going to go ahead and start refreshing screens now, so you guys might see some flickering going on here. I'm really encouraged, guys. There's some really good numbers showing up on Ortex right now. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over to the other page, I think, here in just a second. That way you guys can kind of see as the data is being updated, you'll see what is exactly changing. All right, guys, let's start with the very top. Obviously, price prediction tallies. I just kind of covered that a little bit. My price prediction for the day is 37.5 to 40.5. Eric's is 38 to 41. John is 35 to 38. It's actually Adam who's filling in for John today. Duncan has got 39 to 42. Looking at the short exempt or True Demons MOAS trigger indicators, short exempt volume is at 274.2 thousand. That was actually down probably about half of what it was on Thursday. Utilization did drop slightly day over day, and we went ahead and checked that out. They did have a return of shares Friday, but it was primarily, I guess that was primarily the main reason why utilization went down. Day over day price increase, we had a 1.05% increase in price on Friday, but it was none of those indicators are obviously flagging just yet. Dark pools so far today, showing 50.33% traded in the dark pools, which will end up being about 55% on Stonko Tracker. So far, they show a borrow of 339,000 shares, 339.6. Let me write this down. 339.6 thousand shares borrowed today. That's going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.45%. Institutional ownership is still not showing on NASDAQ as changed, but we know based off of Fintel what we're seeing that a lot more shares were borrowed, and it's just not showing up on NASDAQ yet. Max pain for the calls and puts is at a $39 price. Highest level volume of the calls is currently at a $40 strike price. That is the same price it was when the week ended last week. There's 4.5 thousand contracts open currently. On the put side of things, our highest level, it's close. There's almost a four-way tie between $35, $36, $37, and $38 strike prices. But the highest one is $37. That's actually $1 down from what it was when we ended Friday. So the spread between strike prices right now is 37 to 40. There's a total of 1.9 thousand contracts out for the puts, which puts us at just under a 3 to 1 ratio on contracts. So let's see. So the spread is really 37 to 40. So just add $1.50 to 37, and you get 38.5. So the market's kind of signaling for a 38.5 closing day for the day today. We'll see if that's what ends up happening. That would be up higher from where we're at currently, but there's no reason why they couldn't drop this down further. I do want to point out there is at a $35 strike price, that's where the most open interest is for the puts, but there's a real close runner-up at 32. I just wanted to throw that out there. Taking you guys over to the other page. I guess I'll go ahead and show Ortex, because I feel like this is kind of like the first time to look at this stuff in the morning. But I guess what I want to note, and I'll pull up my little cheat sheet here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So the shares on loan decreased. You can see the decrease right here. But you notice that the average age per day, the green line up top, increased. So they're returning loans, but they're returning the new ones, not the old ones. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing an increase in on average age per day. This is the number that we are at 69.87, 69.87, is the highest period of time, the highest value that we've had since the beginning of this year. That's really getting up there. Really, really getting up there. These numbers are going to start pinching back together here eventually. But why did utilization go down? So they had about 134 million total shares available to borrow last Friday, but they did return shares. They returned 716,000 shares, which helped a little bit to reduce the utilization. I'm trying to pull up the number real quick here. So you can see utilization dropping over time. That number will go back up the more on-share loans that you have going in here. So don't worry about that too much. That's not utilization. I think for a lot of people, they a lot of people will say like, oh, it needs to be over 95%. I would look at utilization as kind of it's a tricky thing. Just know that as we go up on shares that are lent, that number will start to increase. So don't let this be something scary for you. It's really not scary at all. Just because this is dropping, it just means that they have shares out there to borrow that they haven't borrowed yet. And they have plenty of room to go too. I can show you this. So currently they have 132.7 million shares available out there to borrow, and they've only got 113 on loan currently. The max that they've ever hit so far this year was 155. So there's actually plenty of room to go. So I mean, they've got 19.6 million shares to borrow to get to the 132, plus the additional 20 million shares that are still probably out there that they can find to borrow because they've already found them once before. So just keep that in mind. Utilization shouldn't be a scary number. But I am really excited though to see how far apart these two numbers are getting. To see on loan amount dropping and the amount of days that the average loans are going up is going to be stacking onto those failure to delivers. It's really going to be stacking on. Those loans can't be on loan that long without having failure to delivers just massively spiking up. So what are we looking at next? Oh yeah, I think some people like to see this. Estimated short share interest of the free float. It's a nice little trend up here. Currently on Fidelity, AMC is ranked 5th on highest traded stock. Our buy to sell ratio is increasing. It's at 57 to 43%. And GME, when I checked it earlier this morning, 2 hours ago, it was like 30th on the list here. It's now moved up to 25th. So they're moving up the list, so that means more volume. 65% buys to 35% sells. That's actually dropped. It was in the 70s earlier. But if you gain volume to lose a little bit of buy to sell ratio, it's probably worth it. All right, let's see how many shares they borrowed. For the most part, they've been returning. Here's 10,000 here, but I'm not even going to count that as such a drop in the bucket. All right, so mostly all I've seen in the last 2 hours is basically this 50,000 that they borrowed right here. So 50,000 more shares added on to the 2.8 that they've already borrowed. It's now 2.85. Robinhood is down 1.2. Well, actually, let's go to the markets real quick here and let's check that out. Oh yeah, markets declining. 3,869 decliners to 3,035 advancers. The Nasdaq is down 1.44%. The Dow Jones is down 0.11, and the S&P 500 is down 0.63. Robinhood is down 1.26. Amazon is down 2%. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Cinemark 5.37% up. Nice on Cinemark. So this is why I watch Cinemark, guys. They're our competitor. They had a great movie weekend. This is what we should be looking like, and this is what we're at. Why? I don't get it. It makes no sense. Anyways, Dogecoin is up 6%, 6.3%. GME is down 1.14. We are down 3.43. Our inflow versus outflow currently at 5%. Wow, that's unusual. So we have 5 points more of inflow, which is $5 million. $5 million more inflow than we have outflow, but yet our price is down 3.63%. That's strange. And I really don't know what to make of that. That is unusual. Moving on. Volume. What kind of pace are we on? 11.61 after approximately 40 minutes times 390 minutes, because that's how many trading minutes are in a day. We're on a pace for 113 million shares traded for the day today. We know that's going to go down. Here it is, 10 a.m. in the morning, and you can already see the volume starting to really. This is when they attack the volume the most. 10 a.m. volume always really dips off, and you can see the dip right here. Yep. On a 1 hour interval, looks like there's selling pressure with RSI dropping to 40.18, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we also have, it looks like it switched over, just crossed over a little bit ago, so heavy selling pressure with an RSI at 34.84. And on a 5-minute interval, it looks like buying power might have, or selling pressure is starting to taper off, and we're starting to get a little bit of buying pressure back. And RSI already bottomed out twice under 30, and it is now at 32.88, which is just below bare minimum bottoms. So I would expect to see, a price reversal coming here in the near future. Just based off of what I'm seeing on a 5-minute interval, it's almost kind of looking like we might be forming like the bottom of a cup. Very possible. So we'll watch for that. Hold on a second. I think I'm going to sneeze here. Yep, I did. All right, let me get your information back up on the screen correctly. And how you guys doing? Morning Rangers. NJ Fish Killer, is potential synthetic shares not an issue anymore? They're always an issue. In regards to what you mean by are they an issue, like, I would suggest that synthetic shares are always an issue until they don't exist. So yeah, is it going to hurt us? Is it going to hurt us in the long run? I don't think so. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't. It impacted us more when we were at lower prices than it impacts us now. We still see price failures on a constant basis, but they're definitely slowing down, and I can prove that to you. So, and I love referring to my synthetic price failure because it kind of matches the whole synthetic share idea. So if I drag this over and show it to you, try to take this with a grain of salt here, but what I'm trying to give you is a representation of like big swings in prices here. I guess that's probably the best way, and I guess what I want you to see here is this left-hand most column here. Hopefully you can see this. Our left-hand most column here is price. The middle column is the price, the deviation from the previous price, which was above it. And then the dates that it happened on and how many days that it took. And this includes weekends as well. But what I want you to see, though, just a real quick representation of from 810 to 811, it went from 38.23 down to 29.40, which is a 23.1% drop in price. But then we had a 31 days. I've been tracking this the way that I track it since the 13th of May. That's the very first date that I started tracking this methodology of tracking. If you look in this right-hand column over here, days to change, like how many days it took for these swings to happen, were pretty short. Like some of them even 0 days, right? But as time, excuse me for my dog, he's freaking out. People are in the yard. Uh, as time went on, one of our biggest days that we had between price swings was this 10-day swing right here, where we went from $61.1 to 47.77, which is, you know, that was one of our longest times. Just hands down, it was one of our longest times. Then all of a sudden we get to now where we're at where from 8.11 to 9.3 we go from 29.40 to 52.79. That's massive. So you can see, and then from 52.79 down to 33.74 took 17 days to go down. These synthetic price failures are not hurting us like they used to, and synthetic price failures are caused by synthetic shares. So, um, you know, whether or not okay, so with utilization being no. So utilization. So this is I love this. This is a great teaching moment, guys. This is an awesome teaching moment. So let me show you this. I'm going to pull up Vortex and I'm going to show you how to calculate utilization. So you can do this on your own. It's a really easy number. If you know how to get two portions of a number, of two numbers that have an inverse relationship, you can figure out the third. So if you want to figure out, I'm going to pull it up on a calculator, but I'm going to put this little cheat sheet up here so you can see. But let's look at this. I'll take my stuff off the screen so you can see it all. If you take shares on loan, which is 113 million, 12, right, and then you divide that by your utilization, it gives you 0.8523. It gives you a total number, right? And that's the total number of the amount of shares that are available to borrow. Okay, so there's 132.7 million shares, and I have that written down right over here, and I track this on a daily basis. And the max that we've ever seen this year is 155 million shares that they've had on loan. So they currently have 113, 155 is the most we've ever had. And the closer we get to numbers like 155 shares on loan, the more pain it's going to be putting on to the hedge funds to cover for their failure to deliver. So right now they currently have. So if you just take this 132.7 million and then you subtract the total amount of shares on loan, it comes up with this 19.603 number that I have over here. That's how many shares that they have available to borrow right now. Those aren't synthetics. Those are shares that they are borrowing from brokers. The brokers have said, so your utilization number comes from how many shares brokers are willing to lend versus how many are on loan. That's it. That's what your utilization comes out to. So if they have, let's say that they had 100, let's say they borrowed all 19 million of those shares right now, right this very second, and then they didn't go out and they didn't go find more shares to borrow, which they will do, I promise you. If they borrowed all 19 million of those shares right today, they would definitely go out and find more brokers to put up some more shares, because if they didn't, your utilization tomorrow would be 100%. That's what utilization would end up being. And we've seen that happen, believe it or not, probably in the last month or two. We've literally seen them borrow like 9 million one day and then like 7 million the next day. They borrowed like 14 or 15 million shares, and that's all they had. That was all the shares that they had, and then so they went out and they found more shares to borrow. So we're slowly watching this the total amount of shares, is 132.7 million shares, increase, because they have to go out and continuously find more shares to borrow. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing for us, because we want to see those numbers go up. Pretty soon, once they go up to a certain point, they will no longer be able to hide the fact that they're utilizing almost all the shares that they possibly can. In order for them to well, here's a really interesting number for me to throw out at you. Total institutional ownership is 127.5. Institutions own 127.5 million shares. Let that sink in for just one moment. Institutions who lend out their shares have 127.5 million shares. That's it. And right here, this number tells you that they've already got more available to lend than the institutions have to lend. That should be pretty crazy to you. That should be really, really crazy. So anyways, don't let utilization scare you. Utilization is just simply a number that tells you how many shares are lent versus how many are available to borrow. That's all utilization is. It's not. That's it. There's nothing more to it. You can find that equation on Investopedia if you want to, just to fact check me. I'm totally willing to have you fact check me, but you can find it there. Let's see. Yeah, no problem, Fish Killer. Let's see, Bondaro, Casey, if you remember what I said 3 hours ago about the 34 to 36 range for the test, we need that. I'm even glad my prediction is working out. There will be a reversal soon. So yeah, so I talked about that a little bit ago. You may have not been here when I was talking about it. I actually mentioned you to $34. Well, let me just start out with a 20% drop in price, right? Synthetic price failures. 20% drop in price would be from 41.50 would be $33.20. And I told you earlier this morning that I didn't think it would drop lower than 34. And if you look at what SSR triggers at today, it's kind of ironic because SSR triggers at $34.61. My guess is that if they are able to bump this down to that 34.61, they probably won't bump it down much further than that, because once they trigger SSR, and Fish Killer will probably like hearing this, they can start legally creating synthetic naked shorts. Legally start creating them. So, that may be a number that they're trying to shoot for. Now, the problem is whether or not they have the capacity to be able to do so. They have currently available to them 19 million shares to borrow, but so far we haven't seen them borrow a whole lot. So I'm thinking about really soon kind of tracking or putting together an Excel program and tracking how many shares they borrow in order to push the price down, because I think that we could probably get an idea or some kind of ballpark figure on how many shares it takes them to borrow in order to drive the price down. I'm sure that number kind of fluctuates a bit, but we can get a ballpark picture. I'm getting there. I'm getting to the point to where I'm going to start tracking this more heavily. I'm just not sure if it's going to pay off. Chile, how do you shrink the pool? So I assume what you mean by that is, how do you shrink the amount of shares that are available to borrow? And that's a great question, because part of your participation as an ape, right? You have the 3 golden rules, but then you have like different levels of participating, right? Number 1 level of participation is just buying and holding. Level 2, I actually have these written down someplace and I can't even remember where I put them. Hold on, I'm gonna look. I want to make sure I say them in the right order. I think I wrote them down on a piece of paper here and I can't remember where I wrote it. Oh, I know where I put it. It's on my notepad, I think. No, it's not there. All right, give me just 1 second. But actually, I'm going to touch on what you said first, and then I'll go back to my levels of participation, because those are kind of important. But the answer to your question is you want to make sure that you have a broker who, well, first off, if you have a cash account, you're more than likely probably okay, and you don't have to worry about your shares being lent into the system. However, some people are kind of recommending this whole computer share thing. I'm not really fond of it. I'm not really sold on it quite yet, to be honest. So I'm not going to recommend anything like that, but there are people that are saying that you can get your shares off the market by doing that. The one thing that I'm not fond about it the most is that it makes it extremely difficult for you to sell your shares in a timely manner. So if you did something like computer share, you probably would only want to do it with whatever shares you didn't want to ever sell, if that makes any sense to you at all. I don't think I'm ever going to be in that position because I'm actually going to sell everything and then rebuy. So um, I just can't imagine that I'm going to be in that situation. But if you have a cash account, more than likely you're probably safe, especially if you're in a really good broker like Fidelity. And I'm not trying to push Fidelity. There's other great brokerages out there. I guess Charles, if I had to name a few, I think they're like Charles Schwab. Let me check actually. I have a list. But if you're in a cash account, you're keeping your shares off that list of shares that are available to lend because you can see already that they're borrowing really dang near the total amount of shares that the institutions own as a whole. So, which shouldn't be even close to possible. Saved. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back here in my saved documents, but there are brokers out there, and I'm assuming that you already have. I'm assuming you already have. Here it is. List of good and bad brokers. So this was compiled by, if I remember correctly, Wall Street Bets, I think, did this. And I'll go ahead and post this into the thing just in case you guys don't have this information. But there it is for you. And it's a list of all the good and bad brokers. And the good ones, because I don't want to just I'm not here trying to make money, guys. I'm just trying to disseminate information. So I don't want you to think that I'm like trying to favor one over another. But this, according to this, it says most Canadian brokers, Questrade, Qtrade, Disnet, BMO, HSBC, RBC, TD, etc. Most European brokers, Swiss Quote, TradeStation, Diageo, Fidelity, Vanguard, Wealthsimple, which is both Canadian and U.S., Schwab, Charles Schwab, Uinvest, which is I think basically J.P. Morgan and Chase, Capital.com, Wells Fargo, Nordnet, and Citibank. Those are all supposedly the good brokers. So if you're in a cash account in one of those brokers, I would assume that you're probably, this is an assumption, I would assume that your shares are probably safe from being traded to the market to create naked shorts. But I mean, it's a huge assumption. It's better than nothing. Now, if you're in Webull or if you're in Robinhood, actually I shouldn't say Webull. Webull was identified as a bad broker. I don't know. But the list of horrible brokers is Robinhood, Interactive Brokers, and eToro. Just to throw it out there. So, I actually got asked a question about why don't I share my interview with True Demon on the sub? It's good knowledge for new apes. Guys, there's a trove. There's a treasure trove of knowledge out there. I mean, we've been doing this since January. I feel like it's so funny because like this whole creation of synthetic shares with long calls, long out of the money calls, is I feel like has been an issue that we talked about eons ago, and now all of a sudden it's making its rounds again, and everybody's talking about it, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is old stuff. We talked about this like when I first started doing this. So, no offense to the new apes. It's just that we've gone through so much stuff, guys. We've gone through so much stuff. And I'm not saying that DD is done. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that there is treasure troves of information on out there. And I would love to compile a list of everything that I possibly can, and so I bring it up when when we talk about it. I save the posts. And I put it out there. I try to talk about True Demons indicators and the cycles that we're in as much as I can. I mean, not as much as I can, but I try to talk about it on occasions at least. You know, there's a lot of stuff out there, guys. There's so much. There's so much DD, and I hate it when this is why I passionately hate it when people say the DD's done. It pisses me off. It really does. No offense to Trey, because I know he says it. No offense to any of the guys that say it. I get what they're saying when they say the DD is done. What they're trying to say, I feel like, is they're trying to say is that it doesn't matter what else we find out. This is still going to squeeze. And I agree with that statement. That statement would be a more accurate statement. But the DD is never going to be done. It's going to take decades for us to try and figure out and unravel all the shenanigans that went on into making AMC do what it's done, or to make any shorted stock do what it's done. It's going to take decades, and it's going to take lawsuits. It's going to take a lot of different things to kind of bring out all the information. But in my opinion, the DD is never done. It's never done. And there's troves and troves and troves of information out there. And the whole reason for this channel is to just try and be a source for you guys to be able to come to when things are happening. Wow, did you guys see that sell wall? 67,000 shares at 36.50. They don't want it to go over that. Oh, it hit it and went right past it. Oh, geez. That was nice. I just want this channel to be a safe place for people to come throughout the day. I couldn't find a channel where I could go and just see somebody who was streaming throughout the whole day. So you can come here and ask questions, and I can try to answer them the best that I can. I'm not an options guy. Nikki, you're asking, why is AMC going down if more buy orders and sell? I don't know. That's a great question. As soon as I saw the inflow versus outflow and saw a 5-point spread on that, I'm sitting here, I'm besides myself, honestly. That is a damn good question. Because quite honestly, there is no reason for that whatsoever. A 4% loss. Let me refresh it again and see where we're at right now. We're still ahead. We're ahead by 4 points. We're ahead by 4 points right now. No, sorry, 3 points. 3 points ahead. We're still ahead right now in inflow versus outflow, and yet our price is down 4.5%. I guess my best answer, the best answer that I can possibly give to you, Nikki, is that look at Amazon. Almost 2.5% down. The market's failing. Remember, that's the reason why I watch Amazon. The market's failing. 2 weeks ago, Monday? 2 weeks ago today, I think Amazon went down 3%. They were down actually a lot more than that, and we were down 9% that day, I think. At one point, I think we might have been down 12%. We're going to go down, Nikki. We're going to go down a little bit when the market goes down, but I promise you that, provided that everybody continues to hold their shares, the margin calls will happen and the liquidations will start occurring and the price will just do an immediate switch and it'll just go to big time buying. But we will go, there will be some down periods though. I can promise that there will be. Oh, dark pools. YMC. Oh, well, I would say that might be the case, except for when I did I'll take you back to the page. When I did the first, you can see the dark pool right there, exchange showing only a 50%. So that's not really high. I don't think that's the cause for it. That was my first thought too, actually, Shaylee. Sheely. Sorry, I messed it up so bad. I'm so sorry. Sheely, that was my first initial thought was dark pools, and then I remembered back to the technical analysis, and I realized that 55% traded in the dark pools. Those are low numbers compared to what we normally do. We're normally like in the 60 to 70% range. So I would imagine that those numbers are going to go up come a little less than 30 minutes from now when I start doing the technical analysis, but I don't think that there's a I think that just shows how heavily the stock is manipulated. You know, if we have more people buying than who are selling, we have more money coming in, and yet the price still manages to go down. It just shows you how manipulated this is. It can't help itself. It just has to go down. I just clicked on that news button tab there, and they're basically just talking about why they think AMC Entertainment and GameStop are what they're going to be doing in the week ahead. But I'm going to refer back to my engine. Until margin calls happen. What do we got on the page going on right now? Let's see. This is what I got right now. We're in the squeeze section right now of the 4-stroke engine, and I think we're going to see probably about. I went ahead and modified this a little bit this morning. I think we've got about 6 total days of this. So we break out of this into the bang phase, which if it does happen on the 8th, that'll be this Friday, I think. Yeah, this Friday. And that should be a fairly large volume and price spike up. I don't know if it's actually going to happen on Friday. I'm theorizing. This is just modeling. It's not. Please don't take this as God's truth. It could happen tomorrow. I don't know, but just kind of based on how we've been doing the 4-stroke engine back in January, this is what January kind of would have looked like. So the dates there are us moving into the bang phase on the 8th and then on the 13th. So the 8th is Friday, Monday, Tuesday. So Wednesday, the 13th, would be the below section where we would just absolutely see the top come off of volume and price. But we'll see when we get there. We know we're in the 4 strokes. Bonduro, on your chart, 35.39 is the perfect point to test and bounce. What'd you say, 35.39? Yeah, it's going to be like somewhere in here. Look how green Cinemark is, guys. They just came off a stellar weekend in the movies, and they're up like 5%. 45 by the end of the week. All right, we're buying beers for each other. Let's see. So you're guessing 45, and I'm gonna guess end of the week is the 8th. I'm gonna go with I think higher. I don't even want to say how high. It's ridiculous. You're gonna be like, no way. Let me just make sure I got my time set up here right. All right. Let me look at your number again, Bondaro. 45 plus. Oh, 45 plus. You gave yourself a lot of room there. Okay, because I'm actually looking at higher numbers. That would make sense if you say 45 plus, that really gives you a lot of breathing room. I'm going to agree with that because 45 plus would be accurate. I would agree. 45 plus by the end of the week, and I actually think it's. I would actually go as far as to say 50 plus by the end of the week. I know it's a stretch, but I would say it. Amazon prepones Black Friday deals ahead of holiday season. They want to start Christmas even earlier this year, guys. Even earlier Christmas. Forget Thanksgiving. We'll do it in Halloween. How far back can you push Christmas sales? I don't know. Does Halloween work? When do people get bonuses? I bet you they're trying to capture bonuses, like third quarter bonuses. That would actually make sense. Because wouldn't that at the end of September, right? October, November, December. Yeah. If you wanted to catch bonuses for the third quarter, you'd probably hit up the second week of October. Maybe even the end of October, somewhere there around there abouts. Amazon, you tricky, sly little guys. They want our money. They want it bad. All right. I didn't mean to make it sound like I shouldn't call you out. Somebody's saying that I'm delusional. I have good information, guys. I'm gonna post it up here for you to see. Uh, um, so there was an interview that I did a while back with True Demon. Let me post it up here. Hold on a second. It's worth watching. If you guys haven't seen, so let me open this in a new window. How do I get this? Why doesn't it let me copy? How do I stop this? Stop. Okay. So I did this. I kind of did the whole modeling thing on GME, right? So I do the modeling on GME. Save this for when you've got an hour free time to watch a YouTube video, because it's a little longer than an hour. I think it's an hour and 23 minutes. But basically, I'd done the whole modeling on GME. I came up with this like amazing idea that things were kind of happening in these cycles, and I just didn't really know how to like put. So the thing about my whole ADD, right, guys? Blame it on the ADD. I'm not really good with words. I know maybe I'm just not. I'm just really terrible at like conveying some of the things that happen in my head and explaining them to people. It's difficult for me to do. So having said that, um, I'm going through. I've got all this like this amazing information that nobody's talking about, right? And I'm sitting there going like, and I can't get it across to anybody. And finally, I see this guy, True Demon, post this amazing information about these cycles and how you can kind of identify when the cycles are going to occur and when the stock is going to squeeze. And I was like, yes, this is it right here. This is what I've been trying to say. He says it so much better than I do. So I uh, I contacted him. I said, look, come on to my show. Let's do an interview. I think people need to hear this. They need to understand what's happening. I know I don't have a huge platform to talk to a whole lot of people, but I think people need to hear your voice because sometimes people take in information reading one way. It's only one way to learn, but also seeing it applied or talking about it is another way to learn. And so I said, come on the show. I'm going to interview you. I'll ask you questions about it, and we need to talk about this stuff. Well, True Demon has gone on to do like amazing work since then, and and it's because of that him coming across the same thing that I came across, seeing the patterns, and I tried to reach out to somebody last week, Mighty Mousy or something like that on Reddit. He's actually onto something too that I can tell you right now that it falls right in line with what it is that all the research that I did on GME squeeze. And I'm telling you right now, there are people out there who are coming up with amazing information that kind of present the stuff that I've been trying to tell you guys with like synthetic price failures and all that kind of stuff, that really kind of make it make more sense than the way I can do it. So I'm trying to get in touch with those people and bring them onto the show, and then like have them talk about it so that it's out there. We can get it documented, and they can you know whatever they can talk about their stuff, um, but yeah, no, it is really good information, and it's hard to um, there's treasure troves of information. There really is. There's amazing amounts of information out there, guys, on Reddit. Reddit, especially AMC stock, subreddit AMC stock. You can find so much stuff there, guys. There's so many of us that have been out there doing this for months and months and months and months, and we've found a lot of information. And if you want to spend time on there, probably one of the best ways to sort through this stuff is probably to pull up by. Um, I think one of the best ways is to go on there, sort by maybe hot. Let me see. I think there's a way to sort by hot. Oh, top. Top is one of the ways that you can sort, right? And then you can sort by time frames or time periods. And I would do top for like this week, this month, this year, all time, that kind of stuff. Like kind of go through the different ones, and if you want to find a bunch of DD that's out there, that's how you're gonna find it. It's like the 4 cycle engine thing that I put out there. I mean, I've only had like 30 something likes on that. Um, you know, it, it's it's good information, guys. It really is, and it's not getting hit. And I'm surprised, but it doesn't bother me because you can only do what you can do. You put out stuff, and people either see it and agree with it or they don't. Yeah, I know, man. So the flare thing like started off really good, uh, and then people started abusing it. You know what? And I found a flaw. I found a flaw in the whole flare thing. I had some really good DD, and I started posting it as DD, and it would just got crapped on every time. And it was good DD. I'm telling you, it was good DD. And it got crapped on, and I was like, so what's the deal here? So then I started calling all of my post shit DD, right? Because that's actually one of the flare. And amazingly, it gets more traction when you do it that way than if you actually post it as DD. There's such a backlash of people who want to be DD police, that it's amazing to me that like if you post something and it's not just like legitimately the best thing you've ever read in your whole life, it just gets crapped on. It's like, and it just kind of bothers me. It bothers me that apes are so toxic. I don't even know if it's really apes or not. It might be shill accounts. I don't know, but sometimes it feels kind of toxic because you know, I guess in the industry that I grew up in, when people are brainstorming, you don't ever crap on people's ideas because you know, they may have portions of their DD that's bad, but there might be some good idea that you can pull from it. Even though it's not. See that, and that's why I try to remain positive the best I can whenever I'm talking to people on Reddit, because even if they think that they're stumbling onto something that's amazing or new, but it's completely flawed, I'll politely say something like, like, hey, yeah, that's really cool information, but just to let you know, by the way, that this is actually how this is, or something like that. I try to take the time to explain, something to somebody instead of just pooping on the time that I mean, who's gonna go out there and research stuff if everybody's just gonna crap on their ideas? I think it's terrible. Um, who's gonna go out and fly banners? Can you imagine if somebody went out there and flew a banner and everybody's started crapping on the idea, like, why'd you put the money into banners? You could have been spending it on AMC or some let they spend their money how they want to spend their money. Don't let them do what they want to do. If it makes them feel better, and that's their prerogative. you know I think everything that the apes do for the community is done for the community. don't don't harp on it. Yes, I agree. Delusional. I completely agree. And so now, whenever I have DD, that's where it goes. It goes straight to that. That's where my flair goes, is right to that subject. And I've actually had one time I had somebody comment and said, like, on the post, they said, this is not even close to being shit DD. Why do you have this here? This is the best thing I've ever read, kind of thing. And I was just like, yeah, I know. But if people are going to see it, the best way to get it into people's eyes or hands and ears and all that kind of stuff is mislabel it. Then that's what I do. Because I hate negative feedback. I don't mind feedback. I just don't. I hate negative feedback. Um, I don't mind being wrong either. Just don't be a dick about telling me I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like, we can have a disagreement. We don't have to see everything eye to eye. Nobody does. Nobody sees everything eye to eye. We're all different. It's getting real close here, guys. We got about 7 more minutes, and we'll do another technical analysis. And I left my stuff off the page again. I really think this is looking nice. This could definitely be a cup and handle formation coming here. Maybe complete around 11:45. Get the little down tail portion to maybe around 12:10 with an upward spike. Half the distance to the bottom. So let's see, 38.88 to 36. So yeah, like $1.50. 38, 39. Yeah, it could be like 40.50 bucks. We could be looking at 40.50 price range, maybe by like 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, maybe. And then they'll push the price down almost guaranteed right afterwards. They'll knock it back down some. Yeah. That's probably one of my biggest frustrations with the Reddit community is that there's just a lot of in-house fighting drama. But for the most part, though, it's a good community. It really is a good community. I'm not trying to dog on it. I love. I wouldn't have gotten one of the moderators on here to interview if I didn't think it was great. It is hands down the best place to go for information about your favorite stock, AMC. You can't find better information anywhere else. I've tried Twitter. There's some good stuff, but it's not anywhere near as good as what I think is on Reddit. AMC stock. Wall Street Bets is cool. You can get some good information, but it's not always crossover information. Super Stonk says some good information. Actually, there's some really damn good information on Super Stonks. There's a couple different Reddit sites. I said sites, I meant subs. Well, this looks like it might be our reversal time here. Bondaro was close. Very, very close. He said 34 to 36. It was a little bit lower than that. Or higher, I mean. And I love the fact that I love the fact that you guys get excited about you know, price predictions or trying to figure out where the price is going to go. That keeps you sharp. That keeps you sharp. Like it may be discouraging to some people, but I think that if you're following this stock, the closer you follow it and the more effort you put into trying to figure out like where the stock price is going to move to, um, the sharper you're going to be and ready for what's going to happen when the price starts escalating and doing some crazy stuff, because you're going to see things that you didn't see before. It's like driving. Have you ever driven down the road before? You've driven your entire life to some, maybe it's your work. I don't know. It's someplace, right? You've always driven there your entire life. And then one day somebody drives you and you start seeing things that you've never seen before. And you're like, holy crap, since when did that get there? And you just see things because you're able to like enjoy the view instead of just driving, right? And I feel like that's what you know getting involved in this stock is all about. It's about really seeing it for what it is instead of just being the driver. When you're just buying and selling or buying and watching, it's not, the participation is there, but you're just doing a robotic thing. But when you're watching it, truly watching it like like a passenger in a car, you see things that you've never seen before. And I'll tell you even even better, ride a bike on a route that you normally drive sometime. If you don't normally do that, go get out on a bike and or run it or walk it. You will see even more stuff you've never seen before, and you'll be like, how in the world did I miss these things? It's really amazing. So I like it when I see, people come on here and they wanna talk about, like, I think the price is gonna do this. I don't care if you're wrong or you're right. Price means nothing to me. It really means nothing. It's just a thing. It's just something that happens. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. If it goes up, if it goes down, who cares? I haven't even given you guys like any kind of predictions on where we're going today at all. I think it's so funny. I spend so much time talking now. Let's get a little something going on here. Let's see if we can hold this. I'm really kind of excited. I'd love to see this held. How far down? Ah, nuts. I hate it when I hit the wrong button. Oh. I think this is gonna flatten out, kind of. Like it won't move up as fast. I'm gonna guess down. I think it's gonna hold there. All right. I hit the right button this time. Yay. Okay, so based on how trend analysis is supposed to work, the way that this is supposed to drive is that it's supposed to go up half the amount, 1.5 times. Sorry, what am I trying to say? Half the amount of the dip. I hope I'm saying that correctly. So in other words, you find your top, 3907. We'll just call it 39. You find your bottom, which looks like it was 36.33, right? You subtract the two numbers, so we'll just call it 39.1 minus, what did I say? Can't remember that far back. 36.33 divided by 2, so $1.38 on top of the 39.1. 40.48. I said I went ahead and just rounded it off to 40.50. So if we do complete this formation, we could see a spike up there. I think this is actually going to be out a little bit further. So we'll hope for this. This would be a nice formation, cup and handle formation to draw out here and complete. This is what I'm hoping for. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm hoping for this. Technical analysis wise, well, it's 10:03. Let's take a look at everything and see where we're heading. Then I'll draw it out. If you guys ever wonder like why I hold like my neck or something like that, I used to play a lot of poker, and one of the things that people can see when they're trying to find a tell is they can watch your pulse, and so I kind of have this like just habit of covering up my neck area just because I don't want people seeing that kind of stuff. So if you ever wonder like why is he always choking himself out on camera, it's it's just a habit. It's just a weird habit I have. It's just natural, I guess. Let's see. Dark pool exchange. So that was what we were talking about. Hold on a second, I gotta fix my hat. I'm not bald, by the way. In case you're all wondering, no male pattern. I do have a receding hairline. That's pretty crazy, but no male pattern baldness going on here. Not yet. Let's see here. I like wearing hats. 56.75% traded into the dark pool, so that's a 6% increase from earlier, which puts us at like a 61%. So that's not really enough. That's not really enough to kind of like identify why we could be down in price. The amount of shares borrowed is decreased slightly. It was 339.6 an hour ago. It's now 298. 298,000 shares, which is going to decrease our estimated current short share interest down to 20.44. Looking at our, I want to change this. Sorry, guys. I can't focus if something's not right. It bothers me. Stupid ADD. I'm blaming everything on ADD today. Did I refresh this? I feel like I did. Let me just make sure. On options. Highest level of volume currently at a $40 strike price. Let's see, $40 strike price with 10,000 shares. Dang it, I just messed up. So an hour ago it was 4,500 contracts. I said shares. 4,500 contracts. It's now 10,000 contracts at a $40 strike price. At a $37 strike price, an hour ago for the puts has now changed to $36. Just ever so slightly eking ahead. With a total, it went from 1.9 at 37 to 36 at 5.1. So basically a 2-to-1 ratio. So the ratio is starting to narrow, but the price between call and put, highest level of volume, is starting to widen. So we're now looking at like a $38 middle ground, which is $1 less than the max pain. So I would say the options are signaling a $38 close today, just based off of what I'm seeing. I'm not saying that that's what it's going to be, just saying what I'm seeing. Let's see. Orders by Fidelity customers. We currently we were in 6th. We've dropped. We were in 5th. We have now moved down to 7th. But we have 59% buys to 41% sales. We're almost there to the ideal number that I like to see at a minimum, which is 59 to 41 or 60 to 40. GME had moved up to I think it's about where it's at right now, actually 27th ish. Still sitting there with a 68 to 32% buy over sell ratio. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they borrowed some for sure. Let's see. We're at about 0.35 million there. Another 3. So 0.65 million shares. Can't math right now. 3.5 million shares exactly is the same exact number that we had Thursday and Friday. This is how many they've borrowed so far for today. And the day's not over. More borrowing incoming. The question is where is it going to go towards? Are they going to pay off old loans, or are they going to try and knock the price down? Robinhood down negative 2.7%. Amazon down negative 2.57%. Cinemark up 5.27 because they had a great movie weekend, which is should be where we're heading. Doge is 1.22 up. Gee, man, that's been all over the place today, guys. It's been as high as 6%. GME is down 1.87%. We are down 2.6%. Currently, we have inflow beating outflow by 7 points. resulting in a 2.7% drop in price. Insane in the membrane. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have what appears to be equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, and an RSI that's kind of just below average at 44.34. So it's kind of almost like it's undecided which direction we're going to go here. So that's kind of a neutral indicator. On a 30-minute interval, buying pressure is definitely tacking on with an RSI of 41.68, so it's got plenty of room to move up. On a 5-minute interval, it is just now crossing over to a more buying pressure than selling pressure with a RSI at 46.8. So I would say that we have some buying pressure in our near future, but that's not what is exactly happening. It is actually going down. So I was hoping that cup and handle would form, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. They're killing it off here. We could always form a George W. That's okay too. Be my guest on a 5-minute interval. Yep, that would look like a nice George W. Well, we'll see what happens. Where are we going in price here? I'm gonna delete the cup. Well, I'm gonna leave the cup and handle. I like leaving my mistakes. Not really a mistake, it was a hope. This is actually kind of a tough day to kind of. We can kind of look at this like as a top. Actually, I'm going to delete it. I'm only going to delete it because it's going to get noisy if I don't. I don't think this is going to hold. I don't think I should have deleted that cup and handle. All right, this is a wedge formation, guys. It's difficult to say which way it's going to break out of. Although the two indicators, the 5-minute and 30-minute interval, did show signs of buying pressure returning with a neutral indicator at 1 hour. So I would suggest that it might go up, but again, it's really difficult to say on these wedges. Maybe kind of like in this time frame though, breaking out. We do have a level of, so typically speaking, what I see happen a lot is with these levels of resistance and support, you see it bounce around on these quite often, kind of consolidating and then breaking out. So it might actually happen before it even gets down to the box here. Like if it's not going to break out down past 37.21. Hey, Delusion, I'm going to send you another message back. Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like there needs to be a place where people can go where they can just find like um some of the best ED that that people have put out that have stood the test of time, kind of thing. It'd be great if we had like a source for that, so we could just kind of point people to that source and say like, here, go read, go read for a while. That would be pretty awesome. There used to be somebody who used to post. I don't recall who it was. Somebody who used to post like timelines, like an AMC timeline, and that was really cool. There was a lot of cool information that was done on that, but I haven't seen that in forever. I don't even think that they updated anymore. In fact, if I go to, let me see if they do. I don't know. Maybe they do. There was a term that they had attached to it. It was something timeline. It was like epic timeline, or I think the last time that they posted the timeline was a while ago. I really wish they would have stuck to it. Oh, Ultimate AMC timeline. That's it. Let me see. This says, yeah, see, this is like the last update that I see here is Ultimate AMC timeline updated May 4th. That's so long ago. Like, I don't know, who was this? Few Campaign 8623. So wish this person, in fact, I'm going to send them a message, or I'm going to say something to them and be like, click here for the May 7th update. It was so cool. It was the best. Oh, they went to a Google Doc. Okay, hold on a second. This might be really cool. Hold on a second. So what happened? It says, FYI, due to my timeline having surpassed the 40,000 character limit for a Reddit post, I had no choice but to transition to the timeline to a Google document. Please note the timeline text that I have pasted below is incomplete, ends at April 14th, and the formatting is completely butchered due to various incompatibilities with Google Docs. To view the full, up-to-date, perfectly formatted version of the timeline, please click this Google Docs link. Let me see what I get. See if it's worth. And I mean, when I say when I say complete timeline, this thing is epic. And you will read forever. And I think you can even contact them to add to it. Oh yeah, this is, how far down does he go? Oh, nuts. It only goes to July 29th. Okay, here's the note. For those of you who are wondering why I'm no longer updating this timeline, it is because of constant harassment by a Reddit user. Oh, he ousted somebody. I leave you with this. Regardless of which broker that you use, please promptly call your broker to demand all of your orders get routed directly to the NYSE instead of through third parties like Citadel. Yeah, that was one of the levels of participation as an ape, is making sure that your buy orders make it to the lit exchange, but also buying the ask. That's also another one too. All right, I'm gonna I'll post this Google links because it's actually I mean it's a massive read. I mean, this is gonna be like this will be like something that probably lasts you like a month worth of reading on the toilet, easily, easily. I mean, but it'll catch you up to date, and it just depends on how far back you want to go because their information actually goes back to, um, let's see, he goes back to 1920. So I kind of getting you like into the whole, this is how it all started kind of thing. But yeah, there's some really good information there. I highly recommend checking it out. I really wish they would have continued to post. That sucks. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that harassment stuff. I think I'm destined to be a small channel, guys. You saw, I don't know how many of you guys saw it this morning, but I had like 30 something viewers like all pop on. It says in my analytics right here, it was like 31. I had 31 viewers here, and people were just like, just nailing me with question after question, and I can't answer them all, and I want to. I don't want this to be a channel where I can't answer questions. It's just that's not what I wanted it to be about. I want it to be about like let's talk and let's share together kind of thing. And I don't know. I don't know if unless I make some kind of drastic changes, I'll probably never uh, grow beyond like just a small viewership, which is cool. I'm okay with that too. There's nothing wrong with just having family and friends here. That's what I consider you guys. We're all apes in this together. But yeah, if don't ever hesitate to ask questions, guys. Please don't. But if you know the answers, here's the thing. If you know the answers and you see that I'm struggling to get to questions, take that next step. Promote yourself to helping others. If you know the answer, and I'll probably read what it is that you put in there for the answer, and I'll be like, yeah, it's spot on. Listen to what that guy said or that girl said, whoever. That ape. Listen to that ape. That ape knows what they're talking about. Crazy Peppy, why you on? Oh shoot, you're on because it's 10:22 and it's time for the price to go up, and I'm still sitting here. Okay, I'll go. I'll go so that the price can rise, and I'll see you guys in a little bit here. Hopefully, I haven't changed the music up yet. I feel like maybe today I should change it. I said I would change it this week, and I hadn't changed it yet. Let me find something new real quick. I actually have I don't know for those of you I don't know who knows this or not, but I'm actually a musician myself, and I had considered like throwing in one day some of my own music and seeing what you guys just said about it, but I don't know if that'll ever happen. I don't. One thing you'll know about me is that I don't like performing. I hate performing. I actually got on. If you guys are familiar with that live Reddit thing, I forget what it's called, where you can like basically just do like a live feed, and I think that gives you like 30 minutes. And one time I had a few drinks in me, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna give it a go. You know, I'm not even gonna look at the phone. I'm just gonna get on there. I'm gonna play like 3 songs on the guitar and just see what happens. I hate performing. I hate performing with a passion. And so so I get on the guitar and I pluck out the first song and get done with it, and I look up and I've got like um, I don't remember off the top of my head. It was like 300 or 400 followers or something, or not followers, but watchers, viewers. And I was like, oh, that's cool. You know, it didn't really impact me really hard. It wasn't like it didn't. My heart really didn't start racing or anything like that. It just I kind of thought like, yeah, that's a lot of people, but you know, not a big deal. So then I start plucking out the next song, and and I don't remember if it was the second or the third song, but I got through like either the first or the second, halfway through the second or halfway through the third, and I look up the phone and there's like 3,000 people there. No, no, I'm sorry, 6,000 people that were there, and I was like, I freaked out. I freaked out. Beads of sweat started pouring off my arm. I could feel it dropping off my arm and falling down the face of my guitar. Um, I panicked. I panicked like crazy. Yeah, it was a horrible experience. I hate performing. I just hate it. There's I take no joy in performing. I'm almost done finding the music, guys. Give me just a second. I gotta find something that's gonna last long enough to where I can actually have a decent sized break here. I'm gonna spend more time on that than actually getting the break time. Oh, this will work. These look like little shorties, but wait, one. 18 and a half minutes long. All right, that'll do. We'll try this out. They're short, but enjoy. I'll see you guys back here in a little bit. We'll kind of cover everything when I get back. You know, do our normal technical analysis. See you guys in just a bit. All right, guys, I am back. Gotta stop the music for myself. I know I stopped it for you guys, but I still hear it. All right, let me update the screens here. And we'll do our technical analysis for 11 a.m. my time. Didn't quite break out of that wedge that I had drawn out. Not yet. Still waiting on that to happen. All right, current short blah, 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 blah. Starting all over. Welcome back. Current amount of shares traded in the dark pools currently showing at 58.17, which is going to give us about 63% in Stonko tracker for tomorrow. Our current borrowed amount of shares for the day today has decreased ever so slightly. An hour ago it was 298,000 shares, now down to 292.4. Which is going to ever so slightly decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float to, which actually I think is the same number, but only because it didn't change by much. 20.44%. Because volume died off, it looks like a lot of the options kind of died off as well. There's been some change, but not much. The $40 strike price, that's still our highest level of support for the calls. There, it went from 10,000 contracts to 13.4. And on the put side, highest level of open contracts currently is, or contracts being open today is at $36 strike price. It was 5.1 earlier, now up to 6.4. Taking you guys back over to Fidelity. It's showing right now that we are currently in 9th position for most popular traded stock on Fidelity, which is not that great for us. It's kind of slipping down the list. We do have 59% buys to 41% sales, which is right underneath that threshold that I really like to kind of see us keep, which is 60-40. GME may have slipped down as well. They were like 27th earlier. They have slipped down to 30th with 68% buys to 32% sales. Let's see how many shares. So, as of an hour ago, they had borrowed exactly the same amount of shares that they had borrowed on both Thursday and Friday, which was 3.5 million shares. Friday was actually 3.45, but right now it looks like there's 50,000 shares there. There's 100. Well, there's another 50, so that's 100,000, and then another 100,000. So 200,000 more shares. We are up to 3.7 million shares borrowed for the day today. And it doesn't look like they're doing a whole lot in return. So they're trying to suppress the price. That would be my guess. Boy, it is waiting to get to the very bottom of this wedge here before it even decides to break out. That's pretty unusual. Robinhood is down 2.64%. Amazon is down 2.43%. Cinemark is up 6.58%. Doge is up 3.13%. GME is down 1.8%. We are down 3.51%. We meaning AMC. Interestingly enough, we have more inflow than outflow. 5 million to 5 point spread, $5 million essentially. But man, has our volume tanked. Let's see, 390 divided by 2 minus 40. We're 155 minutes into the day. So we're looking at a pace of 63.9 million shares traded for the day today. We have so dramatically just dropped off the charts as far as volume goes today. Completely dropped off the charts. I mean, we were doing a much better job earlier this morning, but you can see the trend here is very downwards. It's kind of wavy though. I'm gonna have to go grab a toothpick here in a second, I think. I got something in my teeth. Some of the chicken I just ate. I can't get it out. Let's see here. It's like distracting me. 1 hour interval. Probably equal amount buying and selling pressure. With an RSI at 42.65, so this is kind of a neutral indicator. I don't see anything that shows significant. It's maybe the beginnings of pushing towards a run up. On a 30-minute interval, it looks like it's trying to. It's trying to go the other direction with an RSI of 40.65, so there's definitely room to move up. And on a 5-minute interval, it actually switched over just recently to a selling signal with an RSI at 47.64. So we might see a breakout going, well, I mean, it seems pretty obvious, but I think we're going to see a breakout going down. So out of curiosity, for those of you who are listening, actually, before I go there, yeah, that wedge is really, I mean, it's forming like, I mean, typically speaking, they break out of the wedge pretty early on. I mean, it did kind of have a little bit of a breakout here. I mean, there is one candlestick that was like holding on by a thread, and then it trended right back up in it. But yeah, this wedge it's trading right down to the bare end of this wedge here. I mean, I based on the 5-minute interval, I'd say it looks like it's gonna be more selling pressure than buying pressure. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, maybe it breaks out going up. You can't say on wedges. It's really difficult to say. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get a toothpick real quick. I gotta get this out of my tooth. It's gonna drive me nuts, and I don't want to. You guys probably don't want to hear me picking at it all day long. So, let me go grab something real quick here to go fix this, because this is gonna drive me nuts. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll be right back. My dad used to have one of those "that was easy" buttons. One of my kids, when he passed away, one of my kids asked for it. I feel like having that button. I should have that button. I should go get it from their room and like play it. That was easy. I can't even remember what that was for. Was that insurance or something? What was the commercial for that? I can't remember. AP coming in saying gonna have another run up later today, if not tomorrow, to break 40. Unless volume picks up, it'll struggle to break 65 million for the day. It's already averaging less than that. It's at 63.9. It'll be lucky. I mean, based on the volume that we had in the pre-market hours, I gave a volume prediction of 40 to 60, but let me tell you, oh yeah, Staples. That's right, Staples. I was having a real hard time um, saying 40 to 60 because I really wanted to say 30 to 50. But I gave a little benefit of doubt to end of the day trading. And I think we're going to pick it up a little bit, and we probably just barely scrape by at 40. Yeah, Staples was that. That was easy. Excuse me. That was the commercial. I should go into my son's bedroom and see if I can find that button. See if I can borrow it from him. Is Staples still in business? I don't even know if Staples is in business anymore. I haven't seen one in forever. Staples Incorporated is an American office retail company. In 2017, after its sale to Sycamore Partners, the company was effectively split into three independently managed and capitalized entities sharing the Staples name, separating its U.S. retail operations and Canadian retail operations from the B2B businesses. That might be another one of those hedge fund destroyed companies nobody really cared about, I guess. We cared more about Blockbuster and Toys R Us. Okay, so they're still open? Okay. Man, this thing is just trading right down to the wiry edge here. It's not it's not my bedroom, it's in my son's bedroom. Uh my dad had it. So you missed the story. My dad had it, and my son would loved hitting that was easy button, like wherever he would run off, he'd run around the house and he'd run by the button, he'd slap the button and he'd say that was easy. And so when my dad passed away, my son, to remember my dad, I guess that was the one thing that he just really kind of stood out in his mind as something that my dad owned that he wanted to have. And so in his room is that button. I mean, it's kind of accurate, the wedge, but um, originally I was going to draw this wedge with the top side being off the top up here at opening market, but opening market is just so volatile that I kind of changed my mind and put it down here on the bottom side, where we kind of had like a support level. Actually, I guess it would technically be a resistance level. Yeah, that was easy is not in my bedroom. Thanks, crazy. Okay, breaking out at the very end of this wedge down here. Or I just do what I always do, guys. I take and I attach to the bottom side of the next point that broke out down and drag the box to the end. And once I've done this, that's the first time I'm doing it. Once I do it a third time, that's when I say that there's usually like an underlying or overlying longer term thing where you kind of have to pull out to when in doubt, pull out. That's not what they say. They say something different. It's like that. When in doubt, pull out. But yeah, we might be seeing a little. There might be something on like a 5 minute scale here that I'm not seeing. I mean, it's just kind of stupid looking noise here. I'm just not seeing it. I mean, I guess you could almost look at this as though this were a flag pulled down, but it's just not. It's not. It's not what this is. Well, we'll see what happens. And I'm gonna have to ask my son if I can borrow that was easy button. So I'm being asked if I can, would I be able to explain how they're creating fake shares apart from shorting a stock without locating or borrowing? That's one way. What about creating synthetic positions, buying a call and put at the same price? This would create a synthetic position, but are they able to short this position per se, or would that just be them creating a smokescreen to prove that they have the share? Unfortunately, I really don't know like the specific details behind how the naked shorts are created. That's just honestly something that's probably well beyond. Like I said, when I say that there's DD that's going to be found for years to come, I think that they have probably quite a few different methods uh, in regards to how they create naked shorts. However, um, what I can say, let me see if I can word this. When I say that they've borrowed, when I'm say I'm looking at Stonko Tracker, right, and I tell you guys that they've borrowed 3.7 million shares for the day today, but Ortex says that there's only been a total of what is it saying? 292,000 shares that have been returned or borrowed. If it's saying that only a fraction of the 3.7 that we've seen loaned out, but then we see the shares returned, then that to me is kind of a signal that the shares were used to synthetically create new shares. So I don't know how that process works, but if you see them borrow 3.7 million shares, Ortex is saying they only borrowed 292,000, then I would suggest to you that all of a sudden their loan shares are returned. The loan shares are returned, that they have somehow managed to create synthetics out of those loan shares. I don't understand the process on how that goes about because obviously that's not my field. I don't I'm 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 not a broker or anybody that has to do anything to do. I'm just a regular Joe like you. I really don't know how that works. So, but I can tell you that I'm watching them borrow 3.7 million shares. They disappear and then they come back. And it's like some of them come back, not all of them, because Ortex says, well, look, they said they borrowed 292,000 shares. Well, if they borrowed 292,000 shares, and that means they used those shares more than likely to pay off failure to deliver so that they can continue to kick the can down the road for loans that are already there. So they've paid back 292,000 in loans, but then borrowed more without it showing up on the system. So they have to show up somewhere, and they're not going to show up tomorrow because they're still going to have the same amount of shares that they had available tomorrow. Or if they don't have the same amount of shares available tomorrow, and it's gone up, then you know that they used them to short the stock in shorting throughout the day. So like every time you see the price doing these short ladder attacks right here, like this in the beginning of today, these short ladder attacks, they have to use, maybe they've used some shares to drop the price, and some of those shares may have leaked out, right? Like they can't just trade those shares between themselves. It probably is between other stock, other this is making accusations, and I have to be careful about this, but they are more than likely uh, working in unison to try to drive the price down by using single-digit shares, which you'll see come up in the bid and ask, or sorry, in the bid side of the section. When you start seeing the single-digit shares popping up over here to span the difference between, say like a large span. So for example, if you look at the pricing in here, you'll notice gaps. There'll be gaps in the price. I'm trying to look for a good gap. I don't really see one, but you'll see gaps form in between the pricing of the bids, and they'll fill in those gaps with single shares, and those single shares will trade back and forth to immediately drop the price that 1 penny or 2 pennies or however many pennies it is that they're able to drop the price by using that gap. Well, that share might actually be purchased. And if it doesn't get purchased by the right people who are also trying to short it, then they just lose the share to the open market, and the market sucks it up. And so some of those shares, those 3.7 million shares that they borrowed today, are going into the market to short the stock. But then they have other methods to try and drop the price by hiding the expansion of the price in the dark pools. So that they can minimize the amount of buying pressure that's actually occurring on the market. There's so many things. There's so many things. Looks like we're kind of having a breakout here on the top side. We'll see how far this runs. I'm not going to delete it until we see kind of like the end. But it's really kind of one of those. I know, when in doubt, pull out. Zoom out. It's supposed to be zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. And I always say pull out. I don't know why. Quick, go on break. Quick, go on break. So the running joke around here, if you're new around here, is that JP says whenever I go to break, the price ends up taking off upwards in price. And I'm not going to say he's wrong. There's probably actually a lot of truth to it. And I think the reason for it is I've two of the breaks out of the three I purposely did when I did them because I wanted to make sure that I was here when the price would drop. And I didn't care so much about taking a break during times where the price typically rises. So I think it's more important for me to be here to talk about when the price is falling. Because you guys don't need anybody to talk about the price rising. Nobody cares. They're just happy. Everybody's happy. I don't know why I say when in doubt, pull out. I always say that, and it's when in doubt, zoom out. And I always say pull out, and I don't know why. I feel like that came from someplace. You guys are getting me again. It's like it's the whole tip conversation all over. You guys are terrible. Speaking of which, have you guys read my Suck Squeeze Bang Blow? I posted it at the top for you guys. I wrote the third portion, the third iteration of I wrote the third iteration of Suck Squeeze Bang Blow this weekend. Posted it up. I did not have to rewrite the first post. I found it. I found it, guys. I did a little computer sleuthing, and I found the information, even though I had deleted like 2/3 of it by accident in a bonehead move in an attempt to put a link in, edit it, and put a link in there. I found I found it all. I found every single word of it. I didn't recreate it. I went back in, I edited it, fixed it back up so that it's the way it's supposed to be, so you can read it in its entirety and whole from the get-go. If you guys haven't read any, some of the original ones, but Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow Part 3 is now out for your reading enjoyment. It's good for a poo session. Sorry. That's where I do all my reading, guys. Like, I mean, if I do reading, that's where it's gonna be at. So I figure everybody else does too. And so if you want a good read, sit down with that one. I'm good for a good movement. Okay. So the same thing that I did down here earlier where I pulled it down to draw out to the same, or, kind of decrease the bottom, extend it out the bottom, is going to happen on the top now. Once the price gets down far enough here, I'll probably do the same thing. And so what we're really looking at here, when I've seen it, usually when I've seen it happen like 2 or 3 times where the wedge just keeps pushing out like this, what we're really looking at having happen is there's something going on the bigger picture, and I'm not seeing it. I don't know what it is. Let me take a look here. Let me just try something. This could ultimately be what's happening. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. We might be on a much larger day, like on a 30-minute interval. I just went ahead and created a wedge here. We could be on a much larger wedge pattern, like a multi-day wedge pattern. If this is the case, if that's really what's going on here, then we'll likely see the breakout in pre-market tomorrow morning. More than likely, it could happen in the after hours as well, but more than likely it'll happen in the pre-market. So when AP came in here earlier today and said that he was expecting to see another price increase, a price hike. What did he say? He said going to have another run up later today, if not tomorrow, break 40. That could be the case. So we could have like a 3-day pattern, wedge pattern forming up here. I don't like to, on these wedges, it's really difficult to say which direction it's going to break out. I mean, right now it's trending towards the bottom. So I'm just going to hold that. We'll see how it holds. So I just kind of suspect that we're going to be trading inside of that, which kind of gives us a closing price today of somewhere between 37.18 and 38.59, if that's going to hold true. Let me make sure that's correct on a 30-minute. Yeah, this is basically $37 to 38.80. So basically, I could just keep drawing wedges all day long, and it'll probably just keep, breaking out of each wedge just a little bit. But ultimately, it's going to follow this pattern in here. It's a slow day, guys. It's a slow day. This is one of those days where you just kind of go like, yeah, that's cool. We'll see you tomorrow. Cool story, bro. So I know part of the question about share creation was asked because there was actually a really good link. Let me find it here real quick. If you guys haven't seen this yet, um, let's see if I can find it. Here we go. So there was a actually, let me just post this in here real quick and so it's an ex hedge fund CEO, Mark Cohodes, and he talks about shady dealings and overstock trades, Goldman Sachs and Citadel. I forget the name of the woman that he was talking to, but Lucy Commissar. Anyways, it was a good listen. It's about an hour, 59 minutes. It's about an hour long. You know, check it out. They talk about, he talks about some of the way that they create synthetic shares. I'm not an expert. Are we still in the squeeze phase? Yes. Yes, Ethan. Out of the suck, squeeze, bang, blow, yes, we're still in the squeeze phase. You'll know it. I mean, you will absolutely 100% know, Ethan, when we move into the bang phase, because that bang phase, the rule for the bang, I will read it. This is how you identify the bang phase. It's best identified when volume and price spikes. Price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. When I say spikes, I'm talking like 100, maybe even 200% on volume, day over day. So look for volume to increase by like 100 to 200%, or even greater. It could go up to 400%. I have no idea how much it's going to go up by, but you'll know it. You will know it. Now today's pace, the volume pace that we're on today is not on the on not, and we're tracking to hit less volume today than we had on Friday. We're definitely tracking to have a closing price lower. So far lower than what we had yesterday. Not necessarily. It could end up finishing a little bit higher, but we'll see what happens. But 100% still in the squeeze phase. I would suggest that tomorrow or early pre-market, we're going to start seeing a little bit of a reversal from what it is that we're seeing currently. Just because you kind of need to have like hit or miss days during the squeeze phase, because it's just kind of like everything's consolidating and expanding, consolidating, expanding, and as it's being squished together in the squeeze portion. And then when that bang happens, you'll know it. It will be unmistakable. I promise. Unmistakable. I did not. I did not calculate the time. I could do it really fast if you wanted to. I could calculate the time in each phase. I did calculate the overall time of the cycles, which was 28 days. I did not calculate the amount of time in each phase, but I could very easily do that. Let me look at it real quick here. Let me actually just write them down, because I mean, there's only 5 phases that I tracked through this year so far, and we're actually in the 6th phase right now. It'll take me like 2 seconds to like write down all the information and like compile that for you real fast. There is a little bit of a problem with one of the phases because I just started tracking the data from 9/25 of last year. I just pulled like a year's amount of data, and it just happened to be at the beginning of one of those cycles. So let me get another pen here. Let's see here. What do we got? So the cycle that we're most closely related to right now so far is the January cycle, which is quite interesting. So give me just a second, and I'll come up with that information for you here. But the cycle, the phases within each cycle are so random, so random. Like I can tell you what starts them, and and what happens within the phase, the characteristics of those portions, but I can't, like when they're going to end. It's like it seems very unpredictable, incredibly unpredictable. And you have to remember, our stock actually had a lot of outside factors that were playing into effect. And don't hate on me for this, but when I say outside factors, I'm talking about share dilution. I'm talking about other companies who had shares selling off theirs, like Wanda. So there was a lot of different things that impacted each one of these. In fact, we've had Apes sell. Believe it or not, guys, I'm telling you the truth. When I see Apes selling shares, I'm telling you I'm seeing Apes sell shares. It happens, and I understand. Not everybody can hold on to this stock. Oops. Oh yeah, that was right. Not everybody can hold on to the stock. Not everybody's built to carry out buying and holding. Some people don't follow rule number 1, which is to just buy, or to not buy more than you're willing to lose. And so when they start losing money, they panic. And as soon as they see that they're in the green again, they bail out. Okay. So I have the numbers. I have all the numbers written down. I'm going to average them out now real quickly and give you those numbers. There's no way that number is right. Let me go back. I like where you're going with this. I really do, actually. I just hadn't taken the time to really kind of crunch these kind of numbers out to see if they made any kind of sense. I usually try to spend time on the weekends with the family and stuff, and then reserve like most of my work on the weekdays. In regards to crunching these numbers and things, and I just hadn't really gone through and done that yet. Okay, so on average, the suck period. So remember, I can only track 4 of the cycles because I can't really. I guess I could include our current cycle. Let me include our current cycle because we have finished the suck phase of our current cycle to get make sure that we're getting average numbers. There we go. Let me just actually fix this real quick here. There we go. That does change that number just slightly. Okay, so on average, the suck phase of the suck phase of the cycles last on average about 11.4 days. Our current one just lasted 16 days, so it's definitely above average, but it definitely falls in line more with January's. January's was 13 days. 13 days? Oh, it was 18. Hold on a second. I wrote down a number wrong. So it was really close. 18 and 16, not far off. Okay, so the suck average was 11.4. The squeeze average was 8.8 days. Man, that seems high. Oh, I see why it's high though. There was one of them that was kind of an outlier. Oh, I see what I did here. Sorry, 7.8 days. The average time on the squeeze was 7.8 days. The average time on the bang is 6.4 days, and the average on the blow is 4.2 days. So 7.8 days is kind of the average on the yellow. Let's see, 3, 6, 7, yeah, 2, 3, 6, yeah, that's about right. So typically the squeeze phase is pretty long. It's never usually longer than the suck. I can say that as like a general rule of thumb. But the bang and the blow are by far the shortest periods of time across the board. Well, blow is always the shortest. Very rarely is the bang period more than a couple days long, except for back in January of last year. Oh no, I'm sorry, October, November of last year. So, but anyways, 11.4 for the suck, 7.8 for the squeeze, 6.4 for the bang, and 4.2 for the blow. So and currently, today would be considered day 3 of the squeeze. So we're at least, based off of the average, we've got at least 4 more days left. The way I'm kind of looking at it is Friday. Like Friday would probably be my guess as to when we'll exit out of the squeeze, but that's just a guesstimate. That's my best guesstimate. Since I haven't seen you on here before, I'll go ahead and put this back up here because this is, I kind of revised my estimate from what you may have read on Reddit, and this is the revised version right here. And the reason nobody even caught this, I don't, sometimes I kind of like the fact that I make errors and I post them because I like to see who actually is going to catch me on it. And nobody caught me on it. Nobody caught me on this, and it makes me feel like nobody's actually really looking at the data. The fact that you asked about averages is probably the most complex response I've gotten out of this. But I had the weekends included in my dates on there, so I went ahead and revised it so that the weekends weren't obviously as part of the each one of the phases, and then drew it out accordingly, without the weekends in there. So basically, the 7th would be from what I'm getting here, the 7th would be the last day of the squeeze portion, and the 8th would be the first day of the bang. And I actually have a much shorter bang version. 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, the following weekend, volume's supposed to get really, really low for those 2 days. So like Friday could see this massive price increase, massive volume increase, and then all of a sudden price will stay pretty close to the same, and volume will just start to dry up both the 11th and 12th. If everything goes, the way it's supposed to, and I'm not expecting it to, but and then the 13th would be just like massive, even more massive than the bang period, massive increase in price and volume. So, but these dates have the weekends taken out now, so you can see where there's 9th and 10th would be a weekend day, and also the 2nd and the 3rd, which we just had the weekends for, are out of here. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I still have a flaw. Wait, what are the dates for the weekends? I have the 16th and no, I have the 17th still in here. I still have a flaw in dates. I knew something wasn't right there. Let me get this right. There we go. 20th being the last day. The 20th would be the last day of the blow. But here's the thing. So me and AP anyways, I think do you use Fibonacci levels to estimate potential what are PTs? Price targets? Is that, I'm guessing, what PTs is? Yes. Well, not for that cycle for the engine. I don't. I'm actually, if you're, yeah, price targets. So I'm actually using don't take this for what it's worth. Yeah, tinfoil hat. You put your tinfoil hat on here for a second, just for a second for me. And I'm gonna throw this over here. And this is TradingView. And basically, what we did is we kind of took the carbon copy, which is what you see in blue right here. This is what happened in from May, I believe it was May 17th to May 27th. The top of this right here is May 27th. So it doesn't even go up the whole way for the run up that we had up to June 2nd. It's just up to May 27th. And it's a carbon copy of that, and it's basically like it's showing how we're kind of completing like the same exact patterns. We've had a couple deviations. We had a couple deviations, like this drop right here, I think was a little bit of a deviation. Like normally I think this scoop was this scoop right here in the carbon copy. And then this extra little leg here we didn't have it before the price spike. If I move this out of the way a little bit, you'll see what I'm talking about. So you got the scoop right here going into the price hike. Well, we had the scoop. The scoop was right here, but then we had this little extra additional leg pattern that didn't happen last year or last May. And but everything else is kind of falling in line. It's not 100% accurate, but you can see how a lot of the pattern is following the same similar patterns. And so I kind of drew in estimations of when the time periods would occur, or when you would see the this is the squeeze phase right here, this is the bang phase, and then this is the blow phase. And so kind of drew them in. Right now we're kind of averaging a little bit below where we should be on target for following almost exactly what we did back in May. But this is what I kind of envision the rest of this week kind of looking like, leading into Friday. Friday would be the start right here. This would be Friday. And so this is what the rest of this week looks like. So, earlier Bondaro, one of the guys who's on the channel, kind of new to the channel, he comes on here and he's doing a lot of Fibonacci retracements and a lot of technical analysis. And he's saying 45 plus by the end of the week. I think he's right. 45 plus is easily achievable by the end of this week. I actually kind of tend to think that it's going to be 50 plus, maybe just slightly higher than 50 by the end of the week. But again, there are a lot of factors that are kind of in play, and you have to remember that. And the whole idea behind the suck, squeeze, bang, blow is I am not trying to predict the future. I'm really not. I'm just really not trying to predict it. I want you to identify that we're in a cycle, right? And that the cycle is going to complete. And through the cycle, we can identify certain things that are going to happen that tell us where we're going to go. And so I'm not trying to really predict the future. I'm really not. That's not what I'm trying to do here. That's not my goal. I don't care about the price. I don't give two craps. Everybody will tell you. I don't even have to say it. People will type it into the conversation box. What's the number one thing I care about, people? I don't even have to say it. Like, they all know what it is. And it's more important than anything else. Like, price means crap to me. I really don't care what the price is. Somebody's going to type it in here. I know they will. Somebody's going to do it. Don't leave me hanging, crew. But, you know, this is not about me trying to predict the future. This is about me trying to show people that there are cycles that are happening and they're repeating themselves, and you know that the price. So when everybody starts freaking out about volume drying up, I go like, you know, good morning volume. There it is. There's Chico. He wrote it out. Chico said it. It's all about volume. When volume dries up, you're starting that cycle. Volume and price start to dry up, and you're starting that suck phase. And it's to try and discourage people as much as possible from buying the stock. You suck the volume and the price down, and it encourages people to sell shares. But the problem is that when you it's I almost think of it as like kickstarting a motorcycle. Or maybe pulling the cord on a lawnmower. The problem is that when you pull that cord or you kickstart that engine, you get the engine in motion, and the motion is that there's ramifications. There's an equal and opposite force to sucking the volume and price down, and that opposite, and especially when people hold. Now, if people sell, then you have something entirely different, right? You know, that's a leak in your fuel line. And if you have a leak in your fuel line, that engine's never going to start. It's just no matter how many times you kick the engine over, it's just going to continue to fall and fail and never start the engine. But as long as the fuel's holding, that engine's going to kick over, and the cycle will complete itself. And so we're having multiple cycles over and over and over. And it's mainly because people are holding. That's very interesting. Thanks for sharing. Would be interesting to see the January copy, especially with similar phases to now. Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. What I just showed you with that trading view, I don't know if you happen to notice or not. I'll pull it back over for just a second. At the very top up here, I mean, let's just pretend in a fantasy land that this thing actually does what this does. By the end of the 12th of October, which, according to my thing, you have to remember the 12th of October isn't even into the below phase, right? By the end of October, this is showing that we hit a price of like, or not, I said the 12th, I'm sorry. Yeah, 12th of October. It has us in the range of like 96 to 98 bucks a share. If we're hitting that, I personally believe that we have margin calls at about 90 to 95 bucks, somewhere right in that range. And if that's the case, this cycle may never complete. The engine goes burr. It never stops running. There is no cooldown phase until people sell. Excuse me. And when people sell, then the engine finally cools off. But we've kickstarted this engine 5 times this year, and it never turned over. And this could be the cycle that kicks the engine over. And it just runs burr. It's just smoke's gonna be popping out of this thing. You ever have one of those lawnmowers you hadn't started in forever? The smoke just pours out of that thing because that gasoline's like super old. That's what this thing's gonna look like. It's gonna look like a freaking fire. The rest of the stock's gonna be on fire. The whole market's gonna be on fire when this thing kicks over. It's just gonna be this big, huge, smoking, blazing, hot heap of mess. So I'm excited. I don't know where we're going. I really don't. I don't know. I don't know if we're actually going to get to those prices or not. I'd like to hope so, but you know what they say about filling hope in one hand and something else in the other. Seeing which one weighs more. People will sell through, as shown through GME. What do you mean by sell through? People will sell on the way up, you mean? Absolutely. 100%. I know that. I think I think I think people are fooling themselves if they think that there are people out there who aren't going to sell. I mean, I just had somebody on this morning. No offense to whoever. Let's see, I don't even remember who it was that said it. Hadn't seen the name before. I think I want to say it was like Eli or something like that. No offense, Eli, if you're still listening or whatnot. I'm not trying to make an example out of you, but they said that they learned their lesson on GME the first time and didn't sell at the right time, and they're talking like they're going to sell early. Uh, you know, this time around, and I gave a pep talk this morning and said the same thing. Like, if you're trading this stock on floors, you're going to lose. I mean, sorry, I don't want to say you're going to lose. You're going to lose out because the more of us there are that hold, the higher the price will go. And if you trade on something other than um, some kind of psychological floor or limit that you set for yourself, then you don't set yourself up, or you don't set the stock up for failure. Failure is when everybody starts selling. Um, this is one of my favorite things to put up here for you guys to see. I love showing this. This is what started me down this whole road. This is a very rough modeling of GME, right? And on the 22nd of January, the price was $54.47. They had come down from 76.73 down to 54.47, and then 3 days later, I don't know if there was a weekend in there. Maybe there was a weekend. I don't know what the 25th of January was. But on the 25th of January, the price spikes up 149.7% to $136. And then it drops down to $65.01, which is a 52.2% drop in price. And on the same day, it drives up to 159.18. And on the same day, it goes down to $61.13. And on the same day, it goes back up to $366. So if you sit there and you tell me that $136 and it drops down to 65, and you didn't have some kind of plan set up and it drove up to $159, and then you started seeing it drop towards $61 again, if you sit there and tell me that without having a plan, that you didn't sell at some point during there, I call you a liar. I mean, I just do, because I would have, unless I had a plan set up. And so that's why I had to model it out. I had to figure out, like, how can I figure out what the backside of the squeeze is going to look like? Because I don't want to be the guy that sells at $150 or $100 because I'm too afraid to make it to higher levels. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the one who sits back and looks back on this thing and says, I didn't make it to dang near the top. I just don't. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't want to lose it. So, there is a way. I'm just going to tell you right now, there's a way. There is a way for you to figure out how to know when you're on the backside. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what it is. It's day over day volume. When you start to see that dip on the same day that you start to see dips in price decreasing, right? I'll pull that model back up real quick. Hold on a second. I'll put the other data back on here. It's 12 o'clock. I got to do the technicals. So let me just pull this up real fast. But do you see this right here? Do you see these dips where they go 52%, 61%, 50%? Okay, that's a dip right there where it's lower than what it was previously. But the volume was still increasing on the 27th. So your secondary flag doesn't flag. Then it goes up 51% in a dip. Then it goes 76.8% price dip. 76.8% price dip. Think about that. And you're still holding. You hold because you know it's going to go back up, and it does. Then all of a sudden you have a 39.8% drop in dip, which is like dang near half the amount that you had on the dip before, and the volume starts going down on the same time. That's how you know. That's how you know. The dips become smaller than the most previous high dips, and you sell at the next high. And do you see what the next high is? $437. You wait for it to get to the next high, it starts to drop a little bit, and then you kind of like, okay, and then you sell for like 415, 400, somewhere around there. You're not dang near at the top, but you're at least 20% away from the top. It sure as heck beats selling at $100. Sure as heck beats selling at $100. Let's do technical analysis, guys. Let's go everything. I'm off my soapbox. I lose people sometimes when I start getting on these, like, I watch like the amount of people who are watching the channel like just dip off as I start getting into these little rants. I'm not sure if it's because people have already heard it a million times. They're just kind of like, yeah, I heard this one before. I'm just gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it because people need to hear it. Let me finish updating all the screens, guys, and then we'll go over the technical analysis. There is something else I was gonna. Oh yeah, that's right. Man, today is flying by. All right, dark pools. Looks like it's increased a little bit since the last hour. We're currently at 58.95% traded in the dark pools according to exchange.com. That's not right. I just said it wrong. Chartexchange.com. That's going to be about 63 to 64%, probably more in the range of 64% on Stocko Tracker for tomorrow. The borrow changes flipped over. We had 292.4 thousand shares being borrowed. It's now showing a return of 112,000.9. That's going to decrease our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.37, with our highest level of volume for strike price at still $50, or sorry, $40. It has increased from 13.4 thousand contracts to 15.4, so a 2,000 increase. On the put side, looks like highest level is still 36. That's where it was an hour ago. An hour ago they had 6.4 thousand contracts open. Now it's 6.9. Nice. Let's see. That's definitely it's getting up there. It's getting closer to a 3-to-1 ratio in volume calls for versus the puts. Still a $4 range, so 38 is kind of like right down the middle. I would have a feeling that we're probably going to close in like the 38 to 38.50 range. At least that's what I'm hoping for. That'll hit my price prediction for the day, that's for sure. Don't get offended, guys, when you hear price predictions. Me and a couple other guys just do daily price predictions. It's just for fun. Don't sweat it. It's not a big deal. It's just to keep us sharp. It means nothing. My volume prediction, on the other hand, that's something. Every day I predict volume, and I'm really, I try to be very adamant about making sure I get volume predictions correct at 7 a.m. An hour and a half before the market opens. Today's my prediction is 40 to 60 million shares traded for the day. Moving on, taking a look at Fidelity, AMC had moved down to the last spot. We're trading most of the day around like 5th position, and then an hour ago we moved down to 10th. Now we've moved off the list. So let's see where we're at here. Probably like 12th. Yep, 12th. We have 58% buys to 42% sales, which has slipped by a percentage point. Not bad. I mean, the fact that we're not on the top of the list just means it's because we have low volume and there's other stocks out there that are drawing people's attention. You know, Amazon's got a fire sale going on right now, and a lot of people are kind of shifting around. I can almost guarantee you that's probably one of the biggest mistakes they could possibly make is buying Amazon. If the market is indeed going to crash, then one of the first places you're going to see it is the heartbeat of America. Our entire economy is backed on Amazon. It's the worst place to be throwing your cash right now. Anyways, moving on. GME's probably fallen off the list. They did. They fell off the list. So we have no idea, but they've been having higher buy to sell ratios all day today. I have a hard time believing that the reason they're just not on the list is they're just not the most popular traded stock right now in Fidelity. Not a big deal. They still have more buying than selling. That's the good news. Checking out how many shares have been borrowed in the last hour. 100,000 there. About 100,000 shares. That is up. Puts them at 3.8 million shares being borrowed for the day today, as opposed to 3.45 on Friday. I forgot to cover this. We currently have 6,597 contracts in the money on the calls versus 30.3 thousand out of the money puts. Robinhood currently down 3.36%. Amazon down 3%. They haven't been this bad since 2 Mondays ago. I want to say it was 2 Mondays ago. Let's look real quick. Yep, 2 Mondays ago. The 9/20. Yep, 2 Mondays ago. Right here. We're getting another dip again. It's hurt. It hurts, guys. The market's crashing. You know, 3% hits on our economy every single time when it goes down like this. Cinemark down or up 5.62%. The movie business is making money right now, and look at us. Cinemark is making more than we are. Doge is currently up 4.95%, 4.9%. GameStop is down 2%, and we are down 4%. Ultimately, we'll end up being up. This is probably one of the weirdest things I've seen all year long. I've not seen this ever. We're down 4% right now, and we have a 6-point lead in inflow versus outflow into our stock. I don't get that. 63, 64% in the dark pools is not enough for me to believe that they're hiding it all in the dark pools. It's just not. I would expect more like 70%. I don't know what to make of this today, guys. This is outrageous. We have not seen anything like this in a while. Ever. No, ever. I'm going to go with ever. I've never seen us be up this many points on inflow into our stock and be down this much. It's pretty nutty. It leads me to believe that the stock can't go up when the market is down, even though people are buying into it. On a 1-hour interval, our Vortex Index is showing that there's definitely buying power coming in. It could cross over here maybe in the next, by market close. Market close or sooner. RSI is low at 41.27. It's just below average. On a 30-minute interval, though, it's showing just the opposite signs. It's showing that there's more selling pressure with a low RSI at 38.96. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have it crossed over at about 1 o'clock about 10 minutes ago. Is that right? Yeah, 10 minutes ago. Crossed over to more selling pressure than buying pressure, although it does look like it's starting to turn around going the other direction. RSI is at 42.84. 43. It's just below average. Yes, the market will crash. The market will crash more than likely before AMC squeezes. The money that's going to be needed to cover the short positions is going to have to come from the market before it ever comes from DTCC clearinghouses. So, that's a trillion plus dollars. Being pulled out of the market, it's going to tank. It's going to tank big time. There's just no way around it. The market has to crash in order for AMC to get its money. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't call it crashing. It doesn't seem to me like it's crashing. Like crashing, I think is way more heavy. In fact, I forgot to pull this tab up. This is not really crashing. Market crashing. You'll be lucky to see 100 advancers on a market crash. Right now, it's 4,419 decliners to 2,339 advancers. The Nasdaq is down negative 2.36. Dow Jones is down negative 1%, and the S&P 500 is down negative 1.45. This isn't a crash. This is a bleed off. A crash, yeah. Advancers, you'd be lucky to have 100. Lucky. Company outages in the internet. I do not know about this, but let me check. I am curious. You're piquing my interest here. So there's a website called Thousand Eyes. It has internet outage and an internet outage map. Let's see what we got here. There's actually well, I assume that you're in one of 5 locations. I've got Northwest California. Actually, I know where you're from, crazy, but I do have some in kind of like the New Mexico, Texas area, Florida, and Northeast, Chicago, Pennsylvania area. What is this? Did everything crap out? Man, it's not you. There seems to be it's not internet service providers. It looks to me like there was a spike in like almost everything across the board. In fact, one of the few, which is China owned, was Roblox, was one of the only ones that wasn't impacted by it. Stream, Roblox, it looks like almost everything else was hit. I'm surprised I'm not. Am I still cooking? I guess maybe I'm still on here somehow. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it. Let me just pull it up on the page for you. You guys are right. I mean, I'm not calling you liars. I mean, you can see the bump here. Facebook got hit, Instagram, WhatsApp, Spectrum, T-Mobile, Facebook, Verizon, AT&T, Twitter, Cricket, everybody. You can see the spike. You can see it's all at the same time. Everybody. Amazon got hit the hardest for the longest. But one of the few was Steam. Steam didn't get hit. Steam didn't get hit. Looks like and Roblox. Roblox are Steam and Roblox seem to be the only two. Interestingly enough, YouTube seems to have taken a hit, but I think I've been broadcast. As far as I know, my stream's still been going for a while. I didn't know of any hiccups. But yeah, I mean, it looks like this is there's definitely people experiencing problems, but it looks like it's correcting itself though, whatever it was. They're starting to the problems are starting to spike off or take off, I guess, or go back to normal. For some of them, not all of them. Ooh, look at Coinbase. Ooh, Coinbase. That's nasty. Interesting. So you guys are aware. Let me just check something real quick. Let's talk about meeting plans because you know it is something to kind of consider. Um, Gangman style, we talked about that, right? You know, if people want to meet someplace, Gangman style was the comment section for that song was supposed to be a place where everybody could kind of meet. Another place was the Discord servers. If you guys don't have the Discord server links, let me know and I'll give them to you. We'll get you guys hooked up for making sure you can get on with Discord. I don't see Discord on here on this list, so I don't know if it's being impacted or not. Well, if Ethan, to be specific about what it is that you're saying there, I don't know that margin calls will definitively happen at 90 to 95 bucks, but that's what I expect to happen. If indeed that is true, if it's true that margin calls happen at 90 to 95 dollars, and then yes, the market will crash the minute the margin calls are issued, because they'll start exiting, they'll start creating liquidity to cover, and creating liquidity means selling off their long positions, and that's when you'll start seeing the market crash. So, you know, I'm making an assumption saying that 90 to 95 dollars is the margin call range. That's my estimate. That's just an estimate. I have no clue. I have no clue. I'm only basing it off of what I kind of got an idea for what the margin calls were for GME, and they were about 20 bucks. But there's a difference. The difference is volume. Remember volume and why volume is so important. The more volume there is out there, the lower or the higher the requirement is. I'm saying it backwards. The lower the requirement for liquidity because there's so much volume. It's a weird way to think about it, but just I guess the main point that I'm trying to make is that you know, while $20 may be the margin call price for GME, margin call prices for AMC I think are going to be much higher, between like 90 and 95 because of volume differences. That's pretty much what it comes down to. It's a bloodbath on the market. Bought SQQQQ, shorted NASDAQ, plus 7% daily win. It is. It's the market's going to take a big old beating, guys. That's going to be the first thing to drop. and we're going to see it probably in stages. I would guess it's going to be stages. Here's an interesting homework project for you guys to go do. One of the things that I remember specifically happening in May, mid-May, late May, I can't remember exactly when it was. We could probably go back. Actually, we'll just go do it now. Let's look at May, mid-May. Let's see, 6. This is Dogecoin. Yeah. So remember when we had 6.2 was like the peak of AMC's last run up to $72. What I want you to notice is that the run up for Dogecoin to try and draw the volume away from AMC was right before that. So like literally their peak hit on 5.7, and then we started our cycle, right? We started our cycle right around that time. In fact, let me see what the date was exactly. Our cycle started on 4/27. So this high peak right here, 5.7, would have been the second to last day of the suck period, going into the squeeze portion. And the squeeze portion in May only lasted 2 days. 2 days. That was it. It was short, real short. It was real short. And but look, the 11th was the first day of the squeeze, and you had a 21% increase in volume, which is pretty small, and a 3.18% increase in price. And the 11th, basically, like they were trying to draw volume away from AMC by putting it into Dogecoin. They were pumping and dumping Dogecoin. Got all the way up to 74 cents, and they dumped the crap out of it. Absolutely just dumped the crap out of it. And then by the time it was, we got into our bang on the 13th. The 13th is right here. They were done with their pump. They got their liquidity, and guess what? They used everybody's money that had put in all their money when the price was going up. They took all their money and they started paying AMC out because we started our spike during that period of time. They actually kind of did rally back up here a little bit, but then it came right back down. I think it might have been another little pump and dump that they had there. But that's the main reason why I'm watching Dogecoin. They're gonna use it again. I promise you. They will use cryptocurrency again to pump and dump. And so what's happening? It's going up. Guess what's coming our way? It's I would imagine this thing's going to start spiking here pretty soon. They're already pulling money out of everywhere else. Let's see what else is going on. Let's take a look at everything else here. Let me take a look at the news. What's happening? I just want to make sure that on my phone that I'm still getting make sure I'm still getting Reddit posts that they're coming through. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything posted on Reddit. I am seeing where they're saying to make sure and go to certain locations for talking. Doesn't look like people are heavily talking about the idea that most of the internet took a hit. All right, where am I going to be? Where am I going to be when this goes down? I'm probably going to join a Discord. I might link. I'm going to have to see how he feels. Facebook and WhatsApp sites are still down. I'm going to have to check and see with. We may have difficulties with communications in the future. So I'm gonna work real heavily if I can this week on making sure that I educate you guys or have a link out there to be able to educate yourselves on those two key identifying points. As far as volume goes, identifying day over day volume decreases, knowing what pre-market volume, what it looks like, and what it's going to look like throughout the day based on what you see in pre-market volume. That's really huge. If you can kind of predict what the volume is going to do for the day based on pre-market volume, then it gives you an idea of what's going to happen on the market. I don't have a backup channel, and I know that's kind of got me a little bit worried, and I hadn't really anticipated YouTube going down, although it makes sense. So that's why I'm trying to think of like ways that I can make sure that you guys are best informed as possible, because I don't want to leave you hanging. If I have to create a Twitch account, I will. But I would hate to think that I would hate to rely on anything. I would feel more comfortable knowing that you guys are prepared for what's going to happen. That would make me more happy to know. Because if I rely on something like Twitch or Discord or anything and it gets taken down, um, you know, it's great if you have backup plans, but the ultimate plan is to make sure that you're informed and that you guys know what it is that you need to do so that you're prepared and you're ready to go, and that no matter what, regardless of any kind of communication that we have or problems, a lack thereof of communication, um, that you guys will know what to do. But remember what I just talked about earlier. Those price dips are like they get really big. 60% price dips. Be ready for those and know that when you see a 60% price dip that it's not necessarily the end. Um, it's it's more or less the beginning of the end. It's really the beginning portions when you see 60%. You're waiting for those 70% to start hitting, 70% price drops. That's how you know you're getting closer to where you need to sell. I'll take a look at Twitch. I will. I do want to have a backup. I'll take a look into that tonight. Unfortunately, my son, who's a big time Twitch kid, would probably be really useful in a time like this in helping me setting everything up. But he's not here right now, so I'll have to wait till he comes back. Actually, I'm not going to wait for him to come back. I mean, I will take a look at it. Actually, I'm going to look right now. I'm really surprised that I didn't get hit with this outage. Looks like it's pretty easy to sign up. I'll work on that. I'll work on creating a Twitch account and having that all set up to go just in case. But worst case scenario, guys. Worst case scenario, I'm not that big. You guys don't have to worry about me getting shut down. It's a nice little gem that you have found. Don't tell anybody about me, because if you do, it's gonna be all over. I can't deal with like 1,000,000 people in here. So many people asking questions. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? I'm gonna have to work on the description tonight too. I know. I'll be doing that tonight. I'll be working on the description to make sure all those questions are answered, so people don't have to ask me, and I can just say refer to the description box. I'm gonna have to find some of like the most common questions that are asked. And I don't mind the questions, guys. For those of you who are asking them, I really don't mind the questions at all. I just, it's funny because I get the same questions every time something like this happens. I'm looking for a trend here. There's got to be some kind of trend. We're actually really close to this bottom. I drew this on a 30-minute interval. So even though it looks like it's about ready to break out on the 1 minute interval. It's actually still got a ways to go here. It's got like 30 cents to go. 20 cents? 30 cents. I think we found our bottom at 36.89. It'll probably bounce back up off this. But yeah, looks like that power outage was for real, or not power outage, but outage across the board. For some reason, we didn't get here though. Yeah, I don't want to do Zoom. No offense to Zoom. I don't want to do Zoom. I'm really kind of I'm anti-Zoom. No offense. I'm not like an IT service guru, and I know I've got a lot of guys on here who are, but what I do know is that in its initial phases, when it first started out, it had a lot of open holes, open gaps that were cause for concern, in my opinion. And I felt like, based off of who owns it, I just kind of felt like it would probably be best if I kept it off my computer. And so I fought like a little baby when everybody wanted to load Zoom up on this computer, and I said, nope, not gonna happen. Any other computer, I don't care which one in this house, but not this one. So out of and I completely forgot to list a couple of things that happened this weekend, but out of Evergrande, Bank of America, Credit Suisse, Pandora letters, the AMC movies doing really well with Adam's choke on that comment in Twitter. What was your favorite piece of news? I don't care. Each one of you can say it. What was there's no wrong answers here. What was your most favorite piece of news this weekend seeing? Um, I think mine was probably Bank of America. Only because they screwed my parents in the 2008 housing market crash. I really don't have anything else against Bank of America, but um, that bank is probably like one of the worst banks that I've ever dealt with in my life. They suckered me in once. Um, well, I shouldn't say they suckered me in. I felt like I suckered them in. I used to be a single income family, to where I was the only person working and providing for everybody. And I didn't have, at the time I was doing triathlons, and I didn't have any money for, well, I was preparing to do a triath or getting into triathlons, and I didn't have enough money for a bike. And I don't know if you know how much a road bike costs, but at a very bare minimum back in those days, $500 was probably about the cheapest you could go. And I did. I bought a $500 Fuji Ace bike, and the way I did it was I promised my wife that I would take some childhood savings bonds, cash them in, and put the money into a Bank of America. They were offering this: if you put $500 in, we'll give you $100 or something like that. It was a free, or maybe it was $200. I don't remember how much it was. I think it was $100. So you put $500 in their account. You have to hold it there for like 6 months, and then they give you $100. And so I cashed out the savings bonds. I put the money into the account, and then she let me buy the bike, and then we would use the $100 that it was going to cost us in like interest or something like that to pay for it. I forget what it was, but anyways, I ended up getting the free $100 out of Bank of America, closed out my account after the 6 months was done, took out all the money, and uh, like it was a hassle. It was such a hassle to close everything out. It was just terrible. What's an S Works? I don't know what that is. I might look it up. I don't know why I ask. I got the internet right here. What the heck am I doing? Oh, Specialized? Yeah. So my second bike, actually, I should say, my first bike was that Fuji Ace. My second bike was actually going to be a Specialized. But then I got talked into buying a KHS bike instead. But Specialized was actually what I was going to go for second. It was actually going to be it was a beautiful bike, and it ended up getting like outlawed. The only reason I didn't buy that bike was because like we had heard through the rumorville that that bike was going to be outlawed. The particular frame that I'm talking about. I think it was. Let me see if I can find it. There was a frame that was outlawed in the triathlon. I don't see it listed here. It may be too old, and I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it was so sleek looking. It was all carbon fiber. The whole thing was carbon. The whole frame was carbon fiber. It was so beautiful. It was the most beautiful looking bike you've ever seen in your whole life. But the one thing that I can remember about the bike for sure was that the seat was a suspended seat. So I'm trying to think how to explain this. I mean, it sounds like you're a bike rider, but the seat was suspended, right? Hold on a second here. The seat was suspended, and then the frame came down. It kind of got thicker around the kind of midsection, and then it came back down and around and was real thin on the other side. So it was almost like this, like there was no seat post, like you were suspended, fully suspended on that frame, and it was oh, it was so sleek looking, man. The tire rode up there on the back side. It had no so one of the special features about um, bike tires and how they've positioned the tires right behind the seat post is that it can achieve drafting. So you actually achieve more speed with the drafting, but with the wheel behind the post. So I'm not really sure how that really affected it, but with that specialized bike frame, it was amazing. It wasn't a soft ride, JP. It was. I know what you're talking about because it was a road bike, though. It was not a soft ride, but it looks like a soft ride. But it was definitely not a soft ride. I'm almost positive. I'll have to look it up and see, but um, maybe it was. I don't think it was. No. I want to say the name was like Wing or something like that. I'm gonna look that up. Specialized. You have to remember, we're talking about stuff that happened like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Wait, 13 years ago. I don't even know if you can find these frames anymore. Oh, I know where I can find one. Actually, if you look up a Specialized Shiv Pro, the frame was very similar to that one, except for the obviously no. I guess mainly the front portion of it looked the same. I gotta find it. It's gonna drive me nuts. You guys got me talking about bike frames. Um, I don't think I'm gonna find it. That's really close to it. Here it is. Wait, that's not quite it though. This is not specialized, but this is really, really close to what it looked like. That is super close to what I'm talking about. Let's see here. It'll give you like a generalized idea on what it is I'm talking about, but come on, pull up. Boy, I wonder if this is part of the internet being down. It won't pull this up for me. Give me 1 second. I found this is dang near exactly a carbon copy of what it is I'm talking about. I can't tell when this article was written because it doesn't say, but it's saying a look at the new beam design Falco V triathlon bike, and it looked just like this. Come on. I'll just pull up the Google image and show it to you. This one over here. It was this exact frame where it was just like this. I mean, there was no seat tube whatsoever, and just amazingly fast looking bike. I mean, it was fast. It was fast. It had I mean, this looks like it right here. All these look just like it. Incredible bike. I really wanted that thing. I wanted it so bad. But we got word that it was going to get outlawed because of the frame. So I didn't buy it because I thought, oh, if it's only going to be good for a year, if you're going to be riding, if you're going to be riding um, in races and stuff like that, what's the point in buying like a $5,000 bike and immediately having it turn into worthless because it's going to get outlawed? So I nixed the idea and went with the KHS instead. I think it's KHS 2000. Yeah. I don't see my bike anymore, but I went with the KHS. I'm pretty sure it was like flight. Oh, here it is right here, actually. I found it. This is the bike I went with instead. Nowhere near as cool. But that's the bike that I have. Oh, I guess it was 200. Flight 200. And it's a beast. It's cool because it's aluminum. It's aluminum frame, but it's like that specialized type of aluminum where it's like really super lightweight but super strong. So the bike in itself weighs, because my Fuji Ace, you're gonna think this is crazy. My Fuji Ace weighed 40 pounds when I had the aero bars and completely decked out. 40 pounds. The KHS fully decked out weighed, I think, just under 20. It was like 19 and a half. Oh, paste the link. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta go back. Can I pull up my browsing history? This is the link for the bike that I couldn't get the picture to pull up on. But for some reason that when I try to pull up that site, the pictures aren't showing up on there. But in the Google search, it shows up. That's not the bike. I'm positive it was a Specialized bike. I'm like almost 90% sure it was Specialized. But it was probably like 2008, maybe, or thereabouts, when the bike was brand new. And it was outlawed like within 2 years, I think. I really need to get back to writing. I really do. My son said he was going to start holding me accountable to working out. Oh, so get this. Since you guys all seem to be somewhat of bike riders, the first century bike ride I did was the Tour de Tucson in Phoenix, Arizona, and they actually have two portions of the race where you have to dismount and run your bike across a dry riverbed. The first portion is like within the first couple miles of riding, and it's maybe I want to say it's probably like 100 yards that you have to run across. So it's not very far. It's not that bad. No big deal. And you're not even tired at that point. But the other portion of the race is where you dismount and you actually have to run like a quarter mile with your bike on your back through dirt. And there's just no way around it. You could ride parts of it, but not all of it. It's just the sand's way too deep. And plus, with it being dry Arizona desert land, you're gonna get thorns. So it's just better to throw the bike on your back and just, hoof it. But anyways, so two different sections where you have to get off and hoof it. The very first time I ever did the race, I was on that Fuji bike with 40 pounds worth of weight on there, and I finished the race in 5 hours and 15 minutes, including the running portion, because they don't take any time off for that. And the unfortunate part is that on the back side of the race, there was a train that came through, and the peloton that I was in, the train stopped us for like 15 minutes. Believe it or not, I know it sounds ridiculous, but we all knew it. We were watching our time. And we all knew that that the train, if it didn't pull through there, and within 15 minutes, we were going to miss the 5 hour window. And for those of you who don't know anything about that, that's pretty incredible. To finish like your first century ride under 5 hours is pretty incredible, especially with a 40-pound bike. And so I was really bummed. Missed it by 15 minutes, and I think we would have made it. I'm pretty sure we would have made it had it not been for that train. So the next year I went back with that KHS, and I was determined 20 pounds lighter that I was going to beat this 5 hour mark. And I was in one of the main pelotons. We were doing 39 miles an hour. It wasn't a downhill. It was pretty flat, actually, at the spot where we were at. Doing 39 miles an hour, and somebody 2 or 3 bike lengths ahead of me went down. All I know is I heard this like shriek yell, and the next thing I know, this bike rider's crashing in front of me. And I happened to be on the outside edge, so I did have room to swerve around, and it was just enough time for me to get my front end around the person, but my back end ran over their head, and there's just nothing I could do. It was bad all around, and it took me down. I ended up fracturing my wrist, and 30 miles an hour on asphalt's not fun when you're in spandex, and it was nasty. Anyways, I know the person didn't die because nobody died that year. Other years, people had actually died in the race, got hit head on by cars or something like that. But that year, nobody died, so I know they didn't die. I don't know what happened to the person because when I got up off of my bike, there happened to be police at the intersection where we were at already, stopping traffic, and they had already descended on the other rider that was just kind of motionless there, and I just I came over to see if I could help assist too, see if everything was okay. And at one point, the police officer just turned around and looked at me and said, "Go, go, go!" And they wanted me out of the intersection because there were other riders coming, and they knew it, and they wanted to try and clear this intersection as fast as possible and try and create the least amount of impact to other riders coming. And so I got on my bike and I started riding. Believe it or not, it was I had to straighten out the front wheel a little bit, but for the most part, it was still rideable. I got back on my bike and I rode, and I started getting tunnel vision, and I thought it was like maybe 10 miles that I rode, and I was kind of like, I need to stop for some water, so I stopped for some water, which I don't normally do. I don't ever stop. But I stopped at one of the checkpoints and got some water, kind of gave myself a little bit of a rest, and got back on my bike and rolled what I thought was another 10 miles. And I started getting tunnel vision again, and I was just in a lot of pain. I was like, that's it, I got to throw the towel in, and I don't want to cause another accident. So I got off my bike, threw on the white towel, and got the sack ride back to the home base. But it turned out later when I went back and looked at my Garmin, I had actually gone, I think it was like 30 additional miles in total from the crash site on a sprained wrist. And I was like, I honestly have no idea how, like, time and was not registering for me. Oh, that was the other thing. I was in Tucson. I had to drive myself all the way back to Phoenix, Arizona. I say all the way back. It's only like an hour drive, but I drove myself back home, where I then proceeded to decide to head to a hospital for a checkup. And oh boy, yeah, when they bring out a tongue depressor for you to bite on when they're gonna scrub the asphalt out of your already trying to heal wounds, that was something else. All right, now you guys got saved by the 1 o'clock bell. Now I got to do technical analysis. But it kind of ended my career, to be honest. I was putting in a lot of hours of training and for triathlons, and I think I gained some new perspective, and it was kind of like, life is short. You know, you can continue to do these kind of things, or you can spend time with your family. Sorry, I just ran into a little snafu there. I was wondering what just happened. I think it might have been because of the internet outages. So I kind of gave up triathlons and cycling and all that kind of stuff. Kind of ended my career. Man, I loved riding though. I really loved riding. There's nothing more satisfying than getting out on the road and just and pedaling. I had no idea. I had no idea that I had a love for it until I was in my late 20s, 29 years old. It's so late in life to find out that you love something so much. I wished I had known it when I was younger. I would have gotten heavily involved in cycling. Dark pools currently showing 59.26% traded in the dark pools so far. That's going to equate to about 64% on Stonko Tracker. So it's definitely picking up for sure. They're definitely piling more and more into the dark pools, trying to suppress the price. We have current amount of shares being returned at 547.6. That is up from 112.9 from an hour ago, which is going to decrease our short share estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.29. Taking a look at highest level of calls at a $40 strike price was 15.4 an hour ago, is now 16.6. Definitely slowing down there on the options. Highest level of puts is currently stemming around the $36 strike price. It was 6.9 earlier. It is now up to 7.3. That's also slowing down. Still more than a 2-to-1 ratio though. Fidelity currently showing AMC is not on the list. It was 12th, I believe, earlier. Still in 12th with a 58% buy at 42% sell. And GME not on the list. I'm pretty sure they've got, Huh. I'm pretty sure GME is got more buys than sell ratio though. Let's see how many new shares they borrowed. Doesn't look like they borrowed any more shares. 8.9 thousand in the money calls versus 32.7 out of the money puts. $4,496 decliners to 2,319 advancers. The Nasdaq is down negative 2.3. The Dow Jones is down negative 1.06. Almost made you look. S&P 500 is down negative 1.5. Robinhood is down negative 3.39. Amazon is down negative 2.78. Cinemark is up 5.9. Doge is up 5.52. GME is down negative 1.39, and we are down negative 3.6, basically. Still on a better inflow than outflow ratio by 4. It's insane. Volume. We're inside my range. No, we're not. No, we're not. Just kidding. We'll be inside my range though here in a little bit. 32.15 divided by 280, 260. No, I can't do math. 270. 275. $45.44 million shares is what we're kind of averaging right now, which is kind of what I said earlier on today, guys, that we would probably be coming in real close to my bottom end of my scale. I was trying to, I did up it just slightly by 10 million just because I kind of wanted to give a little bit of room for any possibilities. So 45.44 is the pace we're on right now. 40 to 60 is the range that I had predicted. But we only need 8 more million to get in there. We're crawling up the backside edge here of this wedge ever so slightly. What was my low prediction for today? Okay, I said 37.5 for my low for today. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have, that looks pretty neutral. Low RSI at 42.84. Just it's below average, but I mean this doesn't really look like it's turning over. I'd say it's neutral. This is pretty neutral too, with a 41.29 RSI. On a 5-minute interval, it's looking like it's going to start picking up. RSI is at 50.82, so right down the middle, so we got room to move up. So on a short term, it looks like the price is going to start increasing. And we're neutral on the 30-minute and 1 hour, which could change over. So we might see a little jump up here for my break time, which wouldn't be unusual. Bandaru 38.04 at the end of the day would be a good start to tomorrow. The minimum I would like to see is 37.27. Good luck. Yes, good luck to us, man. What was the low that we hit here? We never even got into your 34 to 36 range, Bandaro. I'm just razzing you. I'm just giving you a little razz. Oh, wait, I take that back. Nope. 36.33. We still didn't hit it. Gotta razz you a little bit. Gotta razz you. Like I said, I didn't think it could get much lower than 34, so I kind of agreed with you. There's a sell wall at 37.30 of 20,000 shares, which will probably disappear the minute it's hit. Hmm. One hour ago, why AMC stock was higher today? Say what? Hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. The Motley Fool posted an article saying why AMC stock was higher today an hour ago. Are they suggesting something before it happens? Because it's not like I don't see where it was higher at all. according to the article, shares of AMC Entertainment Holdings were up 1.5% as of 9:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, after the largest theater chain in the U.S. reported a new pandemic-era record of 3.9 million moviegoers visiting its theaters over the weekend. Was it up? What does it say? As of 9:42 a.m.? That's not what this says. Oh, wait. Our closing price last week was $38.46, which would have been right here. Which was at 9:33. I don't understand. It's like they're trying to point out the fact that it's down when it was. They're saying it was up, but it was down. It's like they're trying to point interest into the idea that it wasn't actually up. AMC Entertainment, let's see here. 5 hours ago, AMC Entertainment sets new post-reopening records for global attendance, admission revenues, and food and beverage sales for a single weekend. AMC CEO to theater doubters after 007 and Venom do big numbers. Choke on that. He's getting spunky. So apparently, there's a lawsuit where you can sign up to be a part of the lawsuit if you own GME shares. Actually, there's a list of shares that you can sign up for. I'm pretty certain that I own share. I know I own shares of GME on the 28th. I would have to go and see. I don't think I owned AMC until it was either the 29th or the 30th. But I want to say that I want to say it was the 29th for AMC. I'd have to go back and look at prices though, or purchases. Man, I'm yawning like crazy, guys. They're putting me to sleep with this action. Let's get this over with already. As Chico would say. Bad back. Chico. Let's get it over with already, guys. I think a lot of us are that way, actually. If it breaks underneath this line, it's not a big deal. I created that wedge on a 30-minute interval, and as far as I can tell, we're still not breaking it because this is the 30-minute interval right here. Yeah, so I'm starting to finally see it on Reddit where people are saying anyone else having issues connecting to Wi-Fi just got to my shop and TV won't connect. Another UK ape said they had a similar issue with their Wi-Fi. Is the simulation falling apart? Well, what did you guys think of the music on the last break? I'm thinking about changing it up. I'm gonna go ahead and start looking now because I feel like it was very cinematic, but just a little much. I'll try this one. All right, guys. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna leave a little. Normally, I leave a little late, so I'm gonna leave a little early now. I'm gonna go ahead and take that break. I will see you guys for the last hour. We'll do a toast to the last hour and carry this thing out. I am leaving, so you know what happens when I leave. I'll see you guys back here in a little bit. Alrighty, I'm back. I know the music ended a little early there. I'm switching it up on you guys a little bit today, guys. I'm going to be toasting with not beer. I'm dragging a little bit, and I couldn't figure out why it was, and it's because I never had my double shot. So, we're going to switch to the double shot. Alright, let's do the little technical analysis here and see what's going on. Okay, all the screens are updated. %59.8% traded in the dark pools. It looks like it's about the same as it was an hour ago, so that's going to be about 64% in Stonko Tracker. Looks like they've borrowed some shares instead of turning back some in. They had returned 547,000 shares. It's down to 433.2. That's going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.31. Highest level of call volume currently at a $40 strike price with 17.8. That's up from 16.6. So 16.6 to 17.8. On the puts. Ooh, 37 almost became the new number. Almost. Very, very close. It's like a three-way tie between 35, 36, and 37 strike price. But 36 is still winning it out. It was 7.3 thousand contracts earlier. It's now 7.7. Definitely a 2-to-1, more than 2-to-1 ratio. The question is will we be closing at 38 bucks? That is the question. On Fidelity, we didn't make it back into the top 10. So we're outside the top 10 heavily traded stocks out there. However, we did maintain 12th position. We are currently at a 58% buys to 42% sales. And GME has fallen off the list and has not made it back on. But I'm pretty sure there's still higher buy values over sell values. I'm pretty certain of it. I'm certain. I don't see any additional shares being borrowed right now. We currently have 6.5 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 30.3 out of the money on the puts. We did break outside of what looks to be that 30-minute wedge, but I guarantee you that if I go to this 30-minute interval, we haven't quite broken out of it yet because I did create this wedge on the 30-minute interval. So we're touching down on the bottom side of it, just starting to right now. I have a feeling that we'll be breaking out of this in the pre-market maybe tomorrow morning. Normally I wouldn't hold a wedge into the after hours, but this is a multi-day wedge. I expect the breakout to either be first thing in the morning market open or in pre-market hours. Looking at the rest of the market today, as far as advancing and declining, there is 4,459 decliners to 2,381 advancers. The NASDAQ is up, down, negative 1.89%. Dow Jones is down, negative 0.84%, and the S&P 500 down, negative 1.17%. Robinhood is down, negative 2.05%. Amazon down, negative 2.18%. Cinemark up 6.68%. Doge up 5.58%. GME down negative 2.13%. We are down negative 3.87% with probably a positive inflow, which makes no sense. Okay, it actually flipped over finally. There's a 2 million outflow, 2-point spread between inflow and outflow. Total volume surprisingly low, or we may not make the 40. 35.21. Ooh, that puts us on an average of to break 40.8 for the day. We might just barely squeeze in there, hitting my prediction of 40 to 60, just barely. Let's see, on a 1 hour interval, what are we at? Neutral. No buying, no selling. RSI disappeared on me. Let me reload this. 41.08. I would expect to see this. This is just died off, guys. It's just died off, that's all. Volume, more selling pressure than buying pressure going on a 30-minute interval with RSI low at 39.52. And in a 5-minute interval, it looks like it's just about ready to flip over here. It's trying with RSI at 45.12, which is just underneath average. This thing's trying. It's trying to flip over here. Unusual Whales on Twitter says Facebook was hacked and data of 1.5 billion being sold on a popular hacking related forum. Wow. The attacks begin. You know, a long time ago, I think it was, I think it was for AMC. I think a long time ago there was a point in time where they were saying that you know, a lot of people were worried about the idea that hackers would come in, quote unquote hackers would come in, hijack the market, and put kind of hold things for ransom on the market. I know I heard it talked about at least once. The domain was put up for sale. Who knows? Has anybody bought it before they realized it on Facebook? Can you imagine if you could buy Facebook domain? Oh my gosh. I want to show you guys something kind of cool. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. It's going to be so small. But my wife and I, we bought new phones last week. And we've got screen protectors. And in the screen protector, I don't know if you can see it right here, but it's a picture of a rocket ship. We got some stickers that came with the screen protectors, and it says "To the Moon." I was like, man, everybody's jumping in on this. Everybody's jumping in on this stuff here. you buy a screen protector and you can't even miss you know, the advertisements. Yeah, really. I put it on my chair. I stuck it right on it. Well, I just started drinking. Today, guys, I'm not going with the usual beer. I was feeling a little low energy, so I brought out the double shot. So today I'm doing the double shot. You guys do your drink. I'm doing the double shot energy drink. I need the mocha. Um, Needed a little pick me up. So let's see. What do we cheers to here? What's worthy of cheering to? How about to good fortune in the aftermarket hours today? I would really love to see this thing spike up and just really take off in the aftermarket hours. So cheers to that. Ah, tastes great. So my homework for today is work on my bio, my description bio, and check out Twitch and see if I can set up a Twitch account so for just in case purposes. No sense in allowing me to get shut down and not have a place to where I can talk to you guys. Yeah, I think we're going to see a bump up here in the aftermarket hours. I'm sorry, aftermarket. I mean pre-market. Pre-market tomorrow, I think we're going to see the bump up. And let's see, if we close out today at let's say we close out at 37. If we close today out at 37, I'd be looking for like a bump up to like maybe like $2 or $3, maybe up to 40. Yeah, I think I would probably look for, if we close at around 37 bucks today, I would look for a $3 increase in the pre-market for tomorrow. I know that sounds like a lot. And if it's not in the pre-market, it might be in the very first part of the opening for the day. Let's see if AMC's got any new. Oh, they locked me. Looks like everybody got logged out of their accounts. I think they just pretty much logged everybody out of all their accounts across the board after what happened today. I don't see any new filings for AMC. Yeah, I have a feeling everybody's gonna probably be going in and recreating all their passwords. Yes, Morning Brew on Twitter report Facebook domain is for sale. You think it started, huh? Let's see what the AMC news is. I'm telling you guys, we're already in the squeeze. I'm quite certain of it. We've been in the squeeze since May 13th, by my account. Hmm. Kind of going through all the different news here. I'm not sure how this works, but if you buy the domain, don't they legally have to buy it off of you? I feel like there was another instance of something like this happening, and somebody bought it and they settled out of court. Like they went and sued him and said, no, 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 you can't just you can't hijack our thing, and then they settled out of court for some amount. I don't remember what company it was with though. It was somebody big though. It was somebody really big, and I just don't remember who. How embarrassing. I'm telling you guys, this thing is going to just unexpectedly just take off, and I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't want to tell anybody to go out and buy or anything like that. But you know, there's going to be a lot of people who who are, who could benefit from this. I feel bad. See, I'll never leave, JP. I'll never leave. The reason is that they can't shut down me. Like this, I'm, this is me. They're not gonna shut me down. They got bigger fish to fry. They got so much more stuff out there. This is the whole reason why I did the show, is because nobody was doing, full live day coverage. More people are starting to do it now, but I don't think they ever really viewed YouTube as a threat. They've gone after individuals before and shut them down. We need. That's right. Oh man, look at this late market push to try and push this down here. I'm curious to see what they're doing with the yeah, they're increasing volume here as they push this down. They really want me to hit my 40 million, I think. I want to look at this on a 30-minute interval just because I want to see. Okay, it does look like we're starting. So I drew this this wedge pattern here on a 30-minute interval, It was funny. I left I left for break and I looked at True Demon's Twitter account, and he actually posted something on there about another stock. But it was really funny because the pattern that he drew out was the exact same pattern that we have. PROG was the other um, the other stock. Let's put it side by side because I want you to see this. I thought for sure he was talking about AMC when I looked at it, because I was like, holy crap, he drew out the same exact pattern that I drew. Oh man. Well, this portion right here on the left-hand side is the same thing that he drew right here, and he drew the exact same wedge that I drew. I drew this right here, and he drew that same exact wedge pattern that I've got going. But as you can see now, when he drew it out, he did it obviously earlier this morning, and now look where it's at. That sucks. But I thought that was interesting because this really looks a lot like our pattern right here. We were doing this right here. I'll get rid of my right, all of this right up to this point is this right up to this point, and we've gone down afterwards, but not nearly as much as they have. It was just kind of weird to me. They've taken down WhatsApp and Facebook. Like, do you really use WhatsApp? That's really a thing? Like, I mean, I don't know. JP, I thought you were a IT guy. Like, I'm surprised you use WhatsApp. You know, it's riddled with China's software, man. Like, that's kind of risky. I mean, no offense, but you know, you gotta be really super careful. You know, I work. I'm not IT, right? I'm not IT. But you know, I've worked my entire life my entire life in the chip making industry, right? And I can tell you right now for a fact that I know that uh, you, you even in hardware, you know, I worked for Samsung. You know, I can guarantee you in the hardware that they have backdoors into all kinds of stuff. The software, like I just don't trust it. I just don't trust it. Right. Yeah, I get that. I know. Well, I know that in China, WhatsApp is Facebook, but like my mom kept trying to, because she used to live in China, right? I mean, she still has a home over there. I have a I have a Chinese brother that she adopted. But you know, the thing is that I don't I won't put anything Chinese like that on my phone. I just won't do it because I know how much data they collect. I know what they like to look at, and I'm just not willing to give up information. I would just be so anti putting that onto my phone. So how come you guys don't use Facebook in Spain? Is it outlawed? Because I'm just kind of surprised you wouldn't use Facebook instead. And I would stay still clear. I would steer so clear of Chinese software. That kind of software. I would never even pull up my accounts, any of my financial accounts if I had that kind of software on my phone. I wouldn't even bother. Let me see here. What was I going to type in? Let's see what the news is saying. What is going on with mainstream media? How come there's nobody talking about any of the stuff that's happening? Why aren't they talking about the ships, the container ships that are just absolutely stacked up off the shores of the United States? Why aren't they talking about Bank of America? Why aren't they talking about Evergrande? Why aren't they talking about Credit Suisse? Why aren't they talking about the stock market in general? Like, I feel like they're ostriches sticking their heads in sand, choosing to not believe that everything is happening around us. It's happening. Yeah, I got rid of Facebook and WhatsApp. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, Nikki. I I don't use Facebook. I don't use WhatsApp. Um, I've gotten rid of most of my social media except for now that I'm doing this show. I started doing Twitter, which I never did before. I never did Twitter. Now I'm on Twitter just because I feel like it's a place where, my gosh, people are so crazy about Twitter. I don't know how they have the time to put in their whole life story every single minute of the day. The people are literally putting in like, I just ate a pancake. It's like, I mean, they're not literally putting that in there, but they're putting in just so much stuff, and it's like, I don't know how they do that. How do you find the time to keep up with? I don't know. I want to tell people go get a hobby. Go get a hobby, guys. Go do something more valuable with your life than posting on Twitter. Be productive. Even a video game seems more productive than tweeting. It's not even that productive. I don't know. I'm getting old. That's what it is. I'm getting old. I just don't. Um, I'm that guy. I'm turning into that guy. It's like get off my grass, and I just don't. I don't get it. Did you guys see the tweet? No, the TikTok. I actually I don't have a TikTok account, but I actually do enjoy the TikToks that show up on Reddit. Um, yes, Bondero, you are 100% accurate. 100% accurate in what you were saying right there. Lower volume, price falling is a bullish movement. And to reiterate that, I have this little handy dandy general rules and volume analysis that's there, and I pull it up every once in a while when people come in and start complaining about volume dropping. And if you remember correct, Bondaro, if you if you look at the cycles of the four-stroke engine, the suck, squeeze, bang, blow, the suck is both price dropping and volume dropping, right? That's the definition of the suck, and that's extremely bullish. It says it right there. Volume decreasing and price falling is bullish. So you got to remember that. So tomorrow I am looking at there possibly being either pre-market or maybe even after market opens. I think there's going to be a correction. WhatsApp was founded by two ex-Yahoo employees. I thought WhatsApp was the one. Oh, you know what? I think I'm getting WhatsApp confused with I forget what China's version of Facebook is. WeChat. I'm getting it confused with WeChat. I'm sorry. I apologize. I think of when I hear WhatsApp, I think of WeChat. I don't know why. Stupid brain stuff. You're right. I was totally thinking of WeChat. My bad. I apologize. I was totally getting it wrong. Yeah, I'll get rid of that volume trends. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for this beard to come off here. Oof, I never even heard of Telegram or Viber. In fact, when you guys first said that everything was down, and I pulled this up on the screen over here, and I saw that there was outages, I didn't even recognize some of the stuff that was on here. I was like, what is this stuff? Let me refresh this. I'm kind of curious what's happening now in contrast to, yeah, it looks like most everything is, well, it looks like there's still outages going on. Even Roblox wasn't hit earlier, and it looks like it's starting to get hit now. Bunch of red. Spectrum's okay. Oh my gosh, Hulu got hit? What the heck? Bank of America, look at Bank of America. What is going on? Netflix. Discord's getting hit. Oh yeah. Twitch, is it on here? Is it on the list? Twitch. I don't see it on here. Alright, I'm working on a Twitch account tonight, guys. I'll try to make sure that I have a link to a substitute channel for Twitch for tomorrow. In case something should happen, I'll switch over to a Twitch feed. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. There's a lot of outages there. JP says this is the beginning of the end. We haven't hit the bang yet. Wait for the bang. The bang is going to be more fun than the squeeze. I'm kind of having a feeling that there's going to be a large volume spike tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to be. I don't want to say that it's going to be the start of the bang though. Not quite yet, guys. Not quite yet. Don't jump the gun. I think I think we still got some more quiet. We got a little bit more quiet time left to go. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think that we have at least a couple more days. I feel like Thursday at the I don't know. I feel like Thursday at the earliest. But I do feel like there is going to be a spike up tomorrow, but don't, let's not get it confused with moving into the bang. The bang will be very, very obvious. The bang is going to be like, I don't know, over 15% increase in price. I'm guesstimating. Yeah, it could be less, but if it is less, it'll be followed with a whole bunch of volume too. I'm talking like hundreds of millions. We'll probably see volume spike up into the 150, 200 range. So you're saying it's the quiet because nobody can communicate? Well, let me ask you this question. Who would shut down communications across the board? Who would be making that attack to shut everything down? Because I don't think that the hedge funds have that power. So who's shutting it down? Or do you think that they're paying somebody to shut it down? Paying somebody to shut it down? See, that was always suggested. That was the big old tinfoil hat thing way back in, I want to say, like February, March. Was that a lot of people were saying like they're gonna basically pay somebody to come in, pretend like it's a hijack of the market kind of thing, shut all communications down, and completely just try to rob everybody blind, and say, oh look, we need to secure everything, and it's kind of like one of those just massive conspiracy theory kind of stories. Yeah, but see, here's the thing: if you go around and you do that, imagine the backlash that you're going to get from a lot of companies, because there's a lot of companies out there who probably know exactly where these attacks are coming from. Um, Facebook's going to know, Google's going to know, Apple's going to know. A lot of your really big tech companies, they're not going to be stupid about this. They know where it's coming from. Hell, I'll bet you even Amazon knows. Their whole business is based around internet orders. You shut them down, I guarantee you they're clawing on people right now to figure out what the hell's going on, because you shut down their ability to make money, and they're gonna have problems, and they're gonna get down to business immediately and try and figure out what's going on with that, because they don't want that to happen. North Korea have some of the best hackers in the world. That's news to me. I didn't know that. They don't have anything to lose. Again, going back to that whole an animal backed into the corner. You back an animal back into the corner, and everything is off the table. When you want to talk about fighting dirty, we have not seen we haven't even seen the beginnings of what fighting dirty looks like. We have no clue what real dirty fighting looks like. We sit here and we complain about naked shorts, this, that, and the other. We have no idea what dirty fighting looks like, and it'll get dirty. It'll get dirty quick. Because if they're back that far into a corner, they'll start cutting off limbs if they have to. North Koreans hacked Sony when the movie about the Supreme Leader was made. I think I remember that. Yeah, there's a lot of PS4 um, was shut down for like a week or something like that. I remember that. It was right around Christmas time, I think. Okay, here's my opinion. As many retail investors there is in AMC, I'm sure someone knows someone who can do something like this to a market maker. Ethan says, "I am the supreme leader," and reveal the true price of AMC. So I don't know if you guys remember, if you guys have been watching Charlie's vids, one of the things that really kind of piqued my interest in some of the videos that he was talking about that he touched on it, but he never really kind of went into detail. He just kind of mentioned that he thought it was interesting. Um, one of the NSCC filings or DTCC, I don't remember which one it was, talked about cybersecurity in the event of an attack on our cyber systems. Some of the procedures that they would take or courses of action that they would take. Um, and in my Twitter post that I posted out just yesterday, I said with all this offshore um, tankers that are just kind of waiting to deliver goods, I think what we literally have going on right now is we have an economic war happening. And if that's the case, then America could perceive its markets as being under attack, and do what it is that they need to do to try and shut things down. I gotta say, guys, this is look what's going on here with the doji candles. This is what it looks like in the aftermarket hours. It starts right around probably. I think the best example of it is right about here, maybe 1307 today. Look at the doji candles that are in here. A lot of fighting on the price going here, both directions, especially right now. Look at these. This is the kind of action that you see in the aftermarket hours. Like if I zoom back in on Friday's aftermarket data, that's the kind of stuff that you see in our aftermarket hours. Like this kind of stuff. Like where it just doesn't move really a whole lot, but you got a bunch of doji candles in there, and then this looks normal. This is kind of more normal looking, but this is kind of weird. This is weird, kind of odd trading going on right here. Seeing all this looks normal to me. This looks very normal. I mean, normal in the fact that the candles just kind of look like normal trading. Most of this looks normal. This period right in here was kind of weird. But then we returned to normal status for the most part. And then 1300 happened, and then it's just like a bunch of doji candles in here. Yeah, I'd watch for the pre-market, either pre-market or after hours, or maybe even the first hour of trading tomorrow. for the big, well, not the big, but a spike up in price. But I don't think that it's going to be the spike up that's going to signify moving into the bang phase. Not just yet. Why is our media so quiet? Why is it so quiet? Something is, that bothers me so much. I want so badly for there to be some kind of credible um, news source, news agency that actually reports on things that are happening. What's Reddit just saying in general? Let me just check it out. Zuckerberg right now. This is posted by Eric Gregg 20. Zuckerberg right now. That I love Reddit. There's some funny people on there. There's some, I love the humor on Reddit. Oh, I didn't get to finish what I was telling you guys earlier. Kids these days, their idea of a joke. You know, did you see the TikTok where all the kids were told their school banned backpacks, and so all the kids brought like different things to carry their books in. They had like fishing nets, and one brought a trash can, and another kid had like I think one of my favorites was the snow sled. The kid was just dragging a snow sled behind him across the floor. I have not seen Drive to Survive on Netflix, but I've heard a lot about it. Um, I, I don't know if I'm really into whole race car driving stuff. I would rather participate in it than watch it. It just kind of gets a little boring for me. I am not seeing anything. Let me see if I can find. There's not a whole lot on Reddit talking about the shutdown that I'm seeing right now, or like the internet outage. Hmm. Got about 10 minutes left here, guys. 10 minutes left, and I need 2 million, a little less than 2 million shares to be traded in order for me to get my volume right. It's going to be really, really close. I don't think. What are we trading at per minute here? Yeah, I'm not going to make it. Well, I probably will make it because I think that the after hours counts. It keeps tacking on the volume a little bit, but it's gonna be really tight. Tight like a tiger. Dr. Drake Ramore, Squid Game is effing nuts. It's dubbed in English, but the dub job is not bad. So I actually watched a guy who did a YouTube video on the different how to beat each game kind of thing. So it kind of like ruined it for me, I think, a little, since I know it's going to happen. But I'm probably going to go back and watch that. I think that might be worth watching. Ethan, I might give it a shot. It'll have to be when my wife's not around. Oh, Eric says he likes it. Maybe Eric and I will get together and watch it. I don't know. I guess he's already seen it. He won't want to see it again. Yeah, it's getting down to the wire here, guys. It looks like 37 bucks is probably going to be the winner. You know what? I actually like watching some of the stuff my wife likes watching. She's into like horror flicks. But we typically like some of the same things. Surprisingly, I get her involved into more shows that she didn't think she would enjoy at all. Like I don't know if you guys have seen Schitt's Creek or not, but absolutely hilarious. I got her into it. Believe it or not, I stumbled across it and said, "I think you should watch this. You might kind of like it." And sure enough, like it ended up being one of her favorite all-time sitcoms. Or it's not really a sitcom. One of her all-time streaming shows. I don't know what to call it. And then we watch Walking Dead together. We watch Walking Dead, and there's another TV series that we just started, and we got completely caught up on, and I'm drawing a blank on it right now. Um, it's bad when you can't even think of a TV show that you enjoy that you're watching currently. I can't think of what it's called. I think it's on Hulu. It's Hulu, and oh, it's got Martin Short and oh God, I can't think of his name. It's a cool little murder mystery thing. Let me look it up. It's really cool, guys. Steve Martin. And Selena Gomez. And it's called Only Murders in the Building. It's a comedy series. But I maybe it's just because I'm older. I don't think I might have enjoyed it as much maybe when I was younger, but it's Only Murders in the Building. Eric got it. Yep. It's I don't know why I'm so drawn to it. Actually, my dad, my dad reminds me the way that Steve Martin talks, the way he's always talked, has reminded me so much of my dad. My dad tells stories he used to tell stories just like Steve Martin does. And so anytime I see Steve Martin in anything, it reminds me of my dad. And I love hearing Steve Martin tell a story because it's just, you get sucked in immediately. But it's worth watching, guys. It's hilarious. It's pretty funny. On any other day of the week, I would have remembered Steve Martin's name and not Martin Short's. But today, for some reason, I remember the other way around. 77 years old. I heard he had back problems from doing that show. Yeah, he's old, but I mean, he's surprisingly looking like he's still doing pretty well. For 77, my dad passed away 2 years ago. He's 73. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it at all. He doesn't seem 77. Steve Martin looks like he's doing much better. He's had some good work done. Good job, doctor. Dude has white hair since 1979. Well, he took it and ran with it, and he made it his own, and we all accepted it. My dad had an amazing story that he wanted to write called, I think he wanted to call the story, either the Washington D.C. fortune cookie, or I don't think that's what he wanted to call it. He wanted to call it something like something that had to do with fortune cookie. But anyways, the idea is my dad was in high-level government back in the 80s during the Reagan administration, and he had some amazing tales to tell. And one of the things that he wanted to do was create this book, or and then later turn it into a movie where basically there's this Chinese restaurant that's in Washington D.C. And when you open up your fortune cookie, sometimes you would just get like just some random news, or sometimes the fortune cookie would have a rumor. Oh, the rumor cookie, that's what it was called. The Washington D.C. rumor cookie. And sometimes the rumor cookies actually had real dirt rumor in the cookies. Like people would turn in like real rumors into them, and they would print them out, and people would get these rumor cookies. And there would be some like real dirt, like imagine during the Clinton era, like opening up a cookie that says Bill Clinton's sleeping with one of his staff members, or something like that. And essentially, like people could like turn in people through the rumor cookie, and you could have completely affect the entire politics, the entire, um, you know, everything that's happening could just be, turned upside down based off of rumors that were printed in these rumor cookies. And it's a really interesting story. Unfortunately, my dad is not going to be around to make the story, but I have an idea for how it could go, and it would be a really cool book. But I doubt that I'll ever be able to write anything that he could have put together. I wish he would have completed that. All right, guys, it's about that time. We're going to wrap up the day today. Looks like we're kind of trying to push for 37, but I don't think it's going to happen here before we close. However, we have tomorrow. Watch for the pre-market. I think there's going to be some excitement in the pre-market or leading into the opening for tomorrow. Have a good eat, drink, sleep, get some good rest, spend time with the family, and don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.